Looks like I'm going to play some catch up first.
Completely new ways to engage with material. Every day, we witness the power of AI being leveraged to offer billions of advertising. Let's look at how we might employ comparable technologies to bring education into the internet era and push the envelope of what's possible. Welcome to today's episode of AI News. In this episode, I will talk to you about what is likely to be the very near-term future of education and the role artificial intelligence is playing in it. It's difficult to comprehend how much knowledge the world today has at its disposal. Every day, YouTube receives about 80 years of video uploads. Every second, hundreds of video are posted to TikTok. Google crawls and indexes around 50 billion web pages. How do we locate anything at all in the midst of this deluge of information? Yes, we can use something like a lookup table to find specific material based on a link or ID. But what if our question is more vague, such as locating relevant material for a user?
19 videos.
How can we select the best options from a sea of billions of options?
A lot.
When we say relevant, we're usually talking to a difficult to quantify feature. What elements of a website influence a user's decision to click on a search result? What factors influence the likelihood of a photo being shared? How is content suggested? Take, for example, YouTube's platform, which nearly entirely distributes videos via a recommendation algorithm. Each movie includes a list of videos that the site recommends you view next. As a result, the site must internally answer the following question. Given what we know about this user, which of our 10+ billion videos should we show to keep the user on the site for the greatest length of time right now? Take a moment to admire this Herculean feat. How would you even begin to respond to that? As difficult as it may be, YouTube and its counterparts are astonishingly excellent at this. Amazingly good could be an understatement. Every month, YouTube feeds hundreds of millions of unique visitors and more than 1 billion hours of content. The phrase, YouTube rabbit hole, refers to how successfully they can deliver you videos that pique your interest in an entirely different subject for hours at a time. With only a handful hundred ideas, they are continuously able to lure you into another video after you've seen one. Sitting down to kill time turns into 3 hours of viewing movies of extrusion machines. What's the secret sauce that allows them to achieve this? It's artificial intelligence, as you may know. Google, which owns YouTube, explicitly records hundreds of data points across practically every element of your internet history. Do you have an Android phone? It's highly possible that it knows where you've gone since you initially opened your account. Do you use Google? Knows about every search you've done. Do you use Chrome? Your internet surfing history. Of course, they are aware of every video you've ever seen, the material you've most interacted with, who you've subscribed to, and your most recent clicks. All in the name of getting to know you and forecasting your behavior. In this situation, it implies knowing exactly what you are going to see next. If the majority of people with a similar watch history viewed this video of a person making a whole underground swimming pool out of a few of sticks, you probably will as well. Let me know in the comments if you believe the guy could actually achieve it with just a spade. While the data gathering tactics are problematic, let us take a break from the privacy issue for the time being. We will return to it later. Modern social media firms have multi-billion-dollar cutting-edge systems that track you everywhere, learn everything about you, and build models of your behavior. What is it all for? To sell advertisements? Is this the best application of this technology? No way, no how. It is only the first sort of product to enter the market for AI-driven content distribution. I have mentioned the issue that YouTube has fixed with their algorithm. Let's see if we can change our prior query and make this system more constructive. Given what we know about this student, what information from the complete amount of human knowledge should we educate them in order to give them with the optimal long-term educational outcome? An interactive educational system has been coined for such a system, which we may develop today. Reed is a firm that focuses on implementing artificial intelligence in education and developing interactive educational systems. They've had a lot of success. In 2016, they released Santa, an app aimed at Korean students preparing for the TOEIC exam, a huge standardized English test comparable to the American SAT. Unlike traditional study apps, theirs is fully AI-driven, selecting each question individually to maximize benefit for each student. It asks a more specific inquiry, drawing on its bank of tens of thousands of questions and hundreds of lectures. What question or lesson can I give this student right now to generate the greatest long-term rise in their TOEIC exam score? How effective have they been? Almost immediately after their introduction, they became one of Korea's most popular educational applications. They have millions of users and hundreds of millions of logged user interactions. Is it genuinely beneficial, or is it simply a fad? In 20 hours and for less than $30, they may boost student scores by 165 points, out of 990, more than a full standard deviation. This is more than 10 times less expensive than private tuition services while producing superior outcomes. It's worth noting that none of this occurs in the absence of external data. They are not the same as Google or Facebook. They do not have access to the terabytes of data per user that these sites have. Here are some intriguing things I discovered when reading through their white papers. They don't only pick the greatest question at every instant, they also utilize a dropout prediction algorithm to forecast when students will leave their session and seek to get the best overall result over users' lifetime usage. Using hundreds of data points, right answers, lesson history, but also average time to answer and how frequently you modified your response, to mention a few, they can predict with more than 82% accuracy whether a specific student would get a given question correct. This is terrifyingly excellent. Questions are not organized into themes or categories. Instead, they are presented one after the other in a format akin to TikTok, with the algorithm determining which question you will learn the most from at any given time.
Well,
the user's anticipated score and the
still,
algorithm's comprehension of the user are updated after each answer.
Human teachers.
As they practice, students are given an estimated TOEIC score to reflect where the software expects they will score on test day.
Downloads,
this is 95% correct to within a few percentage points.
If there's going to be massive data downloads,
education is a crucial technology for a civilization. How do we
late.
pass on crucial knowledge, skills, habits, and ideas from generation to generation? How can we prepare
How's it going, guys? So I thought I'd go ahead and make a
completely new ways to engage with material? Every day, READ is a firm that focuses on implementing artificial intelligence in education and developing interactive educational systems. They've had a lot of success. In 2016, they released Santa, an app aimed at Korean students preparing for the TOEIC exam, a huge standardized English test comparable to the American SAT. Unlike traditional
So, in that case, with teacher AIs, human teachers might become obsolete to an extent. I'll only say to an extent due to how human adaptation works. The thing is, AI can also end up super adapting as well, but we may end up creating AI to our own liking. Based on the video information itself, and just, it could flip what occurs because teachers do have to end up knowing a lot of information. Sometimes it even takes years of experience too. So, but with AI, it can end up taking months to years, and sometimes even just weeks. So in that case, not only can they super adapt, but they can be also super adapt while also being specified to a certain set of tasks, while also being educational. But in that case, we also may need to make sure to have AI that actually shows both the misinformation, disinformation, and information as well, because people have to learn to discern for themselves. Alright, let's continue the video.
Study apps, theirs is fully AI-driven, selecting each question individually to maximize benefit for each student. It asks a more specific inquiry, drawing on its bank of tens of thousands of questions and hundreds of lectures. What question or lesson can I give this student right now to generate the greatest long-term rise in their TOEIC exam score? How effective have they been? Almost immediately after their introduction, they became one of Korea's most popular educational applications. They have millions of users and hundreds of millions of logged user interactions. Is it genuinely beneficial, or is it simply a fad? In 20 hours and for less than $30, they may boost student scores by 165 points, out of 990, more than a full standard deviation. This is more than 10 times less expensive than private tuition services while producing superior outcomes. It's worth noting that none of this occurs in the absence of external data. They are not the same as Google or Facebook. They do not have access to the terabytes of data per user that these sites have. Here are some intriguing things I discovered when reading through their white papers. They don't only pick the greatest question at every instant, they also utilize a dropout prediction algorithm to forecast when students will leave their session and seek to get the best overall result over users' lifetime usage. Using hundreds of data points, right answers, lesson history, but also average time to answer and how frequently you modified your response, to mention a few, they can predict with more than 82% accuracy whether a specific student would get a given question correct. This is terrifyingly excellent. Questions are not organized into themes or categories. Instead, they are presented one after the other in a format akin to TikTok, with the algorithm determining which question you will learn the most from at any given time. The user's anticipated score and the algorithm's comprehension of the user are updated after each answer. As they practice, students are given an estimated TOEIC score to reflect where the software expects they will score on test day. This is 95% correct to within a few percentage points. Education is a crucial technology for a civilization. How do we pass on crucial knowledge, skills, habits, and ideas from generation to generation? How can we prepare our children for a world that is always changing? Modern education systems are far superior than nothing, but as everyone who has ever attended a school will attest, they have more than their fair share of flaws. If you want to be a medical doctor in the United States, you should plan on being 32 years old when you complete your study. Furthermore, industrialized nations are constantly harmed by a lack of instructors and underfunded systems, which results in less time per student and poorer performance. Developing countries do considerably worse, as they frequently suffer from substantial brain drain and a lack of institutions. With almost half of occupations on the chopping block for automation and the professions designed to replace them being more technical, specialized, and needing more years of study than ever before, education technology is being pushed to its limit. The awful history of job retraining initiatives, especially in the United States, demonstrates that we cannot rely on our current approaches. I indicated at the outset that the technology required to construct this existed today, and I meant it literally. YouTube has become a repository of instructional information on the internet. They are optimized to become an interactive educational system by allowing anybody to post nearly anything and focused mostly on watch time. Despite this, the lack of fact-checking necessitates a thorough examination of a large amount of text. Flat earthers and other lesser-known troublemakers and
as I thought, it would be a massive amount of information. In that case, teacher AIs could very well replace human teachers to a high extent. But it would mean that the humans would actually review the teacher AIs then. And at that, artificial entities. Going beyond that.
And hooligans swarm to the site, so it's critical to watch what you eat. Despite the raucous personalities, YouTube has been a haven for famous instructors such as Sal Khan and Hank Green, who have served millions with their explanations of complicated subjects. The need for education is increasing exponentially as the rate of advancement continues to rise. The strong and educated upper classes of medieval Europe struggled to comprehend mathematics. It is now customary for students to have completed 2 years of calculus prior to entering college. The first plane took to the skies barely over a century ago, and now college students are required to properly build small satellites as part of their capstone projects.
That fast? Damn.
Our lives have gotten more complicated and abstract in every dimension, but our educational system, for the most part, has not responded. We are accomplishing all of this despite, not because of, our antiquated method of learning. So,
is he talking about specialized? Or is this actually general? Because if it's general, that's amazing.
What is your opinion on what seems to be the future of education? Do you believe that soon, artificial intelligence will be the best option to learn new things, or will human teachers always be needed? Please tell us your opinion in the comment section below. I would love to hear what you have to say about it. Thank you for watching AI News. We consistently report on the newest technologies that are shaping the future of our world. We'd appreciate you subscribing and watching our other videos. See you around and take care.
In humanity's search for life in the universe, we've done a lot of looking and a lot.
Now, I actually ended up putting this video into watch later because I low-key, 0 low-key doubt this. Doubt. But let's see what they have to say.
Of listening, but to maximize our chances of connecting with extraterrestrial life, we can't just sit back and wait. We need to reach out and try to make contact ourselves. For more than half a century, we've begun doing just that, but many of these early attempts were more...
So if this title is just clickbait, I am instantly skipping.
Symbolic than practical. Now, in a paper published in the journal Galaxies, a team of American and Chinese researchers propose a new message aimed at improving its chances of being received and understood. While the odds of success remain unfathomably small, the project is helping refine our notion of who we really are and what is truly universal. There are basically two ways of sending a message to the stars, either in physical form or through a radio broadcast. In the 1970s, scientists experimented with both. The Pioneer plaque and Voyager golden records were physical objects attached to the first spacecraft launched on trajectories that would take them out of the solar system. Each contained basic information about Earth and a map pointing the finder back towards our solar system. But it was all symbolic. Contacting alien life wasn't the mission's goal, and none were aimed at a nearby star. In theory, the so-called Arecibo message sent in 1974 improved on that. Transmitted by the Arecibo telescope, it was sent at the speed of light towards M13, a cluster of 300,000 stars. That message, though, turns out to have been more of a publicity stunt than an actual communication attempt, because by the time it reaches its targeted point in 25,000 years, M13 will be elsewhere in the Milky Way. The newly unveiled project, called Beacon in the Galaxy, aims to improve on these previous efforts. A key focus is on improving the odds that a message is properly interpreted if it is actually received by intelligent life. That might sound hard, but evidence suggests it's probably even harder than we think. When one of the creators of the Arecibo message circulated a draft to some of his friends, including a number of Nobel Prize winners, not one successfully understood what it meant, and they were humans. One strategy employed by the Beacon message is to remove as much extraneous information as possible. The Voyager golden record was full of things meant to evoke a sense of life on Earth: photographs, songs, spoken greetings, and the sounds of nature. But without any context, these would be virtually impossible for alien life to understand. Worse, they could prove to be distractions from more important messages, like where Earth is located and when the message was broadcast. The Beacon also relies on a special alphabet designed to be resistant to the breakdown of signals radioed across huge distances. That way, a simple transmission or decoding error doesn't turn 1s into 7s or 3s into 8s. These symbols were first developed as part of a prior extraterrestrial communication attempt broadcast from Ukraine in 1999 and 2003. Like previous messages, the actual Beacon signal signal would be a stream of binary ones and zeros designed to be converted into simple pictures containing the information.
Yeah, I low-key already doubt this. This may be our way of sending messages out, but let's be real. With our technology that we have, whether it be through physical or wave memes, or probably even, if in some cases if we already have that, non-material means, then in that case we would already we need to find another way to communicate, because I can tell you just a straight line isn't going to work. It's going to need to spread out in a whole spear, and I mean a spear. That'd probably be one of the best ways to go about it.
To make sure the transmission is as clear as possible, the authors calculate when and where the message should be sent.
Broadcasting around March 30th or October 4th will reduce interference from the sun's own radio energy.
At the same time, the target should be as close to straight overhead as practical in order to minimize the amount of distortion from Earth's atmosphere. One final improvement proposed for the beacon message is an update to our galactic map. The messages of the 1970s specified Earth's location to 14 nearby pulsars, neutron stars that send out perfectly repeating bursts of radio waves. Since then, scientists have realized that pulsars might not be the best choice for a universal map. For one thing, their unique pulse is only visible if you are in the path of its lighthouse-like beam. They're also not terribly bright, and their positions drift slowly around the galaxy just like other stars. For those reasons and more, the beacon's map is made up of globular clusters instead. Composed of hundreds of thousands of stars, these dense clusters shine in all directions and are bright enough to be seen from virtually anywhere in the galaxy. There's also fewer of them in the Milky Way, making it easier for ET to match the map to known objects. So given all of this planning, when will the beacon message be sent? Probably not anytime soon. With the Arecibo telescope no longer operating, the authors propose sending the message from either California's Allen Telescope Array or China's enormous Fast Radio Telescope. There's just one problem. Neither of these facilities have the equipment needed to broadcast a signal. They are designed to only listen. Upgrading either would be possible, but it's a big undertaking that will require major financial investment. But that does not mean that the beacon in the galaxy is an entirely abstract exercise. Working out how we might communicate with other intelligent life helps scientists recognize what aspects of our view on the universe are actually universal. And hey, if ET does come knocking, projects like this one give us a solid first draft of what we might say. Thanks for watching this episode of SciShow Space. I have an exciting announcement to make about the future of the channel, which is to introduce someone who some of you may be seeing for the first time, and some of you may be seeing for the first time horizontally. Savannah, please join me on screen.
Hello, I'm
We humans are fascinated with the
Alright, now I'm interested in this too.
idea of traveling back or ahead in time. Time travel machines and devices have been a staple for a lot of science fiction and even fantasy stories, catering to our desire to either change something in the past or make our lives better, or just skip ahead in time to find out if life gets better on its own in the future. But despite all of our technical and scientific advantages, we are nowhere close to time travel or manipulation. We will probably never get to see for ourselves how mighty dinosaurs roam the Earth, what living in ancient Egypt was like, or what new organisms may evolve in the future when humans are gone from the face of our dear planet. Ever wonder why we may never develop a time machine? Because time probably doesn't even exist. Welcome to Factnominal. And today, let's find out why some physicists think time exists just in our heads.
Right off the bat, do they actually have some grounded evidence, or is this actually going to end up being our theory?
I apologize, but we have to start this video in the most clinched wedding toast fashion. Oxford Dictionary defines time as the indefinite continued progress of existence and events in the past, present, and future, regarded as a whole. But is that all that time is? Absolutely not. at least according to our physicists. One of the most brilliant minds of our time, Albert Einstein, proposed that time is the fourth dimension. But one can argue that Einstein also theorized that everything in the universe is relative, so time can also be irrelevant. In the best-selling book The Secret, the authors write, "Time is just an illusion." But time and time again, pun intended, physicists have proved that time is a measurable, observable phenomenon. But then again, we also do not know what makes time exist and be measurable. So time is just our collective imagination. This question borders the realm of metaphysics and ontology as much as it does on the strictly empirical questions about time that physics is well equipped to address. However, there's no other way to say it. Physics as we know it is in crisis. Everything we know about the universe could be wrong or misconceived. For nearly a century, physicists have explained the universe with two wildly successful theories: general relativity and quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics describes how things work in the incredibly tiny world of particles and particle interactions. General relativity describes the big picture of gravity and how objects move. The problem is that both theories, even though they work exceptionally well in their own right, are in direct conflict with each other. That's crazy, right? The two theories that we use as the basis of explaining everything about the universe don't see each other eye to eye, and that means we could be wrong somewhere. However, it is also true that the nature of this conflict between quantum mechanics and the theory of relativity is a bit controversial. Despite that, the general consensus among the scientific fraternity is that we need to replace both theories with something new and more universal. Basically, a theory that can explain both quantum mechanics and gravity at the same time, without pitting the two ideas against each other. In essence, such a theory would explain how gravity's big picture works at the miniature scale of particles. But that isn't easy, in fact. Producing a theory of quantum gravity
Grounding. Grounding. Let's continue.
is extraordinarily difficult. Now you may ask, hey, what about string theory? Well, that is a valid argument, but string theory has its own set of difficulties. The problem with string theory is that it has various models of the universe, but not a lot to say that can be tested by experiments to figure out which model is the right one. So, in simple words, string theory just poses more questions than providing any proper answer. And now if you are thinking, okay, wait a minute, what does that all have to do with time? Well, everything. When string theory failed to provide the answers, scientists began searching for answers elsewhere during the 80s and 90s, and came up with a range of new mathematical approaches to quantum gravity. The most prominent of these new equations was the loop quantum gravity. See, it got both quantum and gravity covered. But there was another remarkable aspect of the loop quantum gravity. It appears to eliminate time entirely. The loop quantum gravity, or LQG, proposed that the fabric of space and time is made of a network of extremely small discrete chunks, or loops. In the Principia, Newton distinguished two notions of time. The first, which he called the common one, is the one in the previous item. The second, which he called the true one, is what has been later called Newtonian time. Newtonian time is assumed to be flowing uniformly even when nothing happens, with no influence from events, and to have a metric structure. In LQG, Newtonian time appears only as an approximation. It has no role at all in the foundation of the theory. Loop quantum gravity is not alone in abolishing time. A number of other approaches also seem to remove time as a fundamental aspect of reality. In 1927, Sir Arthur Eddington coined the phrase the arrow of time in his book The Nature of the Physical World. What he meant by the term was the idea that time flows in only one direction like a river, but dimensions of space have no preferred directions or orientations. He also defined the arrow of time by pointing out three characteristics. Time is vividly recognized by consciousness. It is also equally insisted on by our reasoning faculty, determining that a reversal of the arrow of time would be nonsensical. And lastly, time makes no appearance in physical science except in the study of the organization of a number of individuals. Here, the arrow indicates the direction of progressive increase of the random element. The last point here is what we can relate to the physicality of time, or time's arrow. The distinguishing factor of the arrow of time is that it points in the direction of increasing entropy, as explained in the second law of thermodynamics. Things in our universe decay as a course of natural time-based processes, but they do not spontaneously regain order without a lot of work. The part where Eddington mentions that time makes no appearance in physical science except in the study of the organization of a number of individuals is quite specific given time occurs all over the place in physics. Time and entropy go hand in hand in a very distant past. The universe had a high degree of order, which means the entropy was lowest, and due to natural laws, entropy is continuously increasing. Or, in simple terms, one can say the arrow of time is entropy. Apart from mentioning that time is just an illusion, the authors of The Secret also mention that there is no time in the universe and there is no size for the universe. And what quantum physicists and Einstein tell us is that everything is happening simultaneously. According to most scientists, these statements are categorically false. Time is actually an integral part of the universe. The very linear concept of time is tied into the concept of the second law of thermodynamics, which is seen by many physicists as one of the most important laws in all of physics. Without time as a real property of the universe, the second law becomes meaningless. Through his theory of relativity, Einstein proved that time by itself was not an absolute quantity. Rather, time and space are united in a very precise way to form space-time. And this space-time is an absolute measure that can be used again in a very precise mathematical way to determine how different physical processes in different locations interact with each other. Einstein firmly believed that past, present, and future do not happen simultaneously, as would be the case in absence of time. In fact, based on the evidence of his equation E equals mc squared, Einstein knew that no information can travel faster than the speed of light. If there was no time, anything could have been as fast as the speed of light, which isn't the case. Every point in space-time is limited in the way it can communicate with other regions of space-time. The idea that everything happens simultaneously exactly counters the results that Einstein developed. Lee Smolin's 2013 book, Time Reborn: From the Crisis in Physics to the Future of the Universe, argues that often science does treat time as an illusion.
That is, we need a theory that incorporates quantum mechanics or quantum physics along with space-time and gravity, and that's sometimes called the task of quantum gravity.
Einstein himself wrote to his friend Michel Bezos' family on his passing, "Now he has departed the strange world a little ahead of me, it signifies nothing." For us believing physicists, the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. Many physicists argue that Einstein's statement was not merely an attempt at consolation. Einstein's position is implied by the two pillars of modern physics: Einstein's masterpiece, the general theory of relativity, and the standard model of particle physics. The laws that underlie these theories are time-symmetric. That is, the physics they describe is the same regardless of whether the variable called time increases or decreases. These physicists have made peace with the idea of a block universe, arguing that the task of the physicist is to describe how the universe appears from the point of view of individual observers. Block universe is an idea of a static block of space-time, in which any flow of time or passage through it must presumably be a mental construct or other illusion. But other physicists vehemently disagree, arguing that the task of physics is to explain not just how time appears to pass, but why. For them, the universe is not static, the passage of time is physical. Lee Smolin, for example, wrote that we should treat time as a fundamentally real quantity. And if we take it seriously as such, we will uncover laws of physics that evolve over time. It remains to be seen if this appeal will actually result in new insights into the foundations of physics. Tell us in the comments, do you think time is real or not, and why? And as always, thanks for watching FactNominal.
When it comes to mysteries of the universe or explaining how the universe works, neutron stars have always been at the forefront, specifically both at providing new mysteries and at helping us resolve some of the unusual observations from across the universe. For example, how several elements such as gold and platinum can be created through collision of neutron stars. Or how certain mysterious emissions such as the iconic fast radio bursts could possibly be produced through a very unusual interaction of a neutron star with something in its surrounding. And so because of this, a lot of different theoretical physicists usually focus on neutron stars and the math behind them in order to help us understand everything around us. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and so today we're going to talk about several different studies that potentially help us explain a few different mysteries, including fast radio bursts, and also help us understand what happens to certain neutron stars in certain conditions when they end up colliding with one another and instead of producing a black hole can actually create something a little bit different. The object the scientists refer to as a magnetically supermassive neutron star. An object that could only exist for maybe a few years, but could potentially create a lot of different signals we're observing around the universe but cannot currently explain. And so how exactly does this work, and what exactly do the scientists propose here? Well, first of all, we know that a typical neutron star, a lone wave neutron star, is usually produced during some kind of a supernova of a star that's not really massive enough to produce a black hole, but is more massive than a star that would usually end up as a white dwarf. In this case, when it's a binary system and there are two massive stars, in some cases, this can actually result in two different neutron stars in orbit around one another. But in some cases, these two neutron stars can actually end up really close to one another and start interacting and at some point collide. And this event has been officially confirmed a few years ago through the detection of gravitational waves coming from two objects that were not massive enough to be black holes, but were more massive than what you would call a white dwarf. With the objects very likely producing some kind of a black hole as a result, and at least one event also resulting in what's known as a hypernova, an extremely bright event visible from a very far away distance. Back then, this was also a confirmation that a lot of gold and a lot of elements like platinum are also produced during these very powerful collisions. And today it's believed that most of the gold, if not all of the gold, is actually produced this way. But it was also believed that these types of collisions will normally result in the production of a black hole, and this black hole is most likely going to be almost completely invisible. With all of this relying on a very interesting concept known as Tolman-Oppenheimer-Volkoff limit. The limit of the mass of a typical neutron star. Now, interestingly enough, it's not really that well known. As a matter of fact, the math behind it is pretty complex. And so unlike the Chenery-Zucker limit for white dwarfs, which states that once a typical white dwarf reaches the mass of about 1.3 masses of the Sun, it's going to go supernova, for neutron stars, this mass is very roughly defined, anywhere between 2.2 and 2.9 masses of the Sun. And it would also only apply to neutron stars that are not spinning, and most neutron stars spin ridiculously fast. And for a spinning neutron star, this limit can increase by up to about 20%. And so even today, this particular limit and its value is not really known. But one of the previously detected neutron star collisions, such as the one you see right here known as GW170817, detected in 2017, suggested that this limit is about 2.3 masses of the Sun, with the original star being anywhere from 15 to 20 solar masses, suggesting that if a neutron star reaches the mass of 2.4, 2.5 and so on masses of the Sun, it then goes supernova, producing a small, very highly charged black hole in its place. But even here there are quite a lot of discrepancies and quite a lot of mysteries based on the observations of neutron stars from around our own galaxy. For example, in the past, several neutron stars have already been identified and confirmed, but at the moment nothing with the mass of over 2.8 masses of the Sun. The record holder right now seems to be this pulsar you see right here, located in a globular cluster. Its mass is about 2.7 masses of the Sun. Then on the opposite side of the spectrum we have the smallest black hole detected. In this case, it's also from gravitational wave detections back in 2019, and it's a black hole known as GW190425. The total mass of this black hole is approximately 3.3 masses of the Sun. And in between that, we have some very unique and somewhat exotic objects, such as the famous SS433. This is a binary system that's pretty well known to scientists, but nobody is entirely sure what exactly it is. It could be a black hole, it could be a neutron star, or it could be some other exotic object. It's known as the most exotic star in the galaxy, and it also is an object that produces a lot of anomalies. An older video on the channel, somewhere right there or in the description, explains a little bit more about this particular object. And the mass here could be up to about 3 masses of the Sun, so it's basically somewhere in between the smallest black hole and the biggest neutron star. And so it's kind of been previously suggested that it could be some kind of a neutron star that's just spinning extremely fast, because it's believed that if a neutron star spins really fast, almost at its limit, the rotation itself can prevent it from collapsing into a black hole until the spin slows down. Or in other words, the centrifugal acceleration in this case prevents the gravity from basically collapsing in the neutron star and creating a black hole. But the scientists behind this study proposed something entirely different, and they proposed something that could maybe explain several observations and several mysteries in regards to various magnetic neutron stars. They suggest that a neutron star does not have to spin very fast in order to stay stable for at least a few years, and it might even not collapse into a black hole and be really massive, more massive than its limit would allow, if instead of a spin, it possessed an extremely powerful magnetic field, such as what you would expect from a typical magnetar. And so in this case, if a collision between two neutron stars ends up creating a single object with a very powerful magnetic field, it can actually stay as a neutron star for at least a few years, with the magnetic field in this case providing the support preventing the neutron star from collapsing further. And in this case, this unusual magnetic neutron star with time will start losing its energy. And because of the diffusion of energy from its poles, it's slowly going to transform from releasing gamma rays and X-rays to releasing low power energy, including of course radio waves. And when the energy is no longer released, that's when it goes supernova and collapses into a black hole. And more importantly, if such a star existed, they also provide several different ways we could potentially find these stars, because they would actually produce very specific types of emissions, and what's interesting is that one of their predictions kind of suggests that these emissions would be similar to what we usually refer to as FRBs, fast radio bursts. The bursts that represent one of the bigger mysteries in modern astronomy and that are usually associated with very highly magnetic objects, with at least one burst coming from our own galaxy already corresponding to a very well-known magnetar that is also known to produce X-ray bursts. And so could this really be how FRBs are produced? But in their paper they go through a little bit more detail, suggesting that other signals should be detectable as well if these objects truly exist. For example, there should also be very unique signatures consisting of quick gamma ray bursts and quick X-ray bursts, at least during the initial stages of the existence of these neutron stars right after their collision, with all of these powerful emissions eventually changing into radio emissions as the gravity field of the neutron star takes over and as it starts to sort of fade and slowly turn into a black hole, with the final collapse also releasing some type of energy as well. But currently, there's really no evidence for such fast gamma ray bursts or X-ray bursts, so we don't really know if these objects truly exist, and if any of the fast radio bursts are produced by these exotic neutron stars. And even though technically it could be detected using modern technology, the gamma ray telescopes and the X-ray telescopes are not nearly as advanced as some of the radio telescopes on the planet, so it's a little bit easier for the scientists to find fast radio bursts compared to some kind of a fast gamma ray burst that would require a completely new type of observation.
Okay, so they don't know whether it exists yet, but the fact is they have a concept of it. Okay then.
But if this paper is correct, it means that certain fast radio bursts are eventually going to disappear and potentially even produce some kind of a supernova-like explosion, which should be visible with modern telescopes. And since these objects are expected to exist for only a few years, it should be happening in our lifetimes. If this doesn't happen, it means that FRBs are maybe created by something entirely different. Nevertheless, a pretty exotic and pretty interesting proposition for a type of a neutron star that could maybe explain different mysteries in the universe. But when it comes to FRBs, there are so many different explanations, with many actually making sense. For example, one of the most recent propositions was in regards to FRBs potentially being planets in orbit of, once again, a neutron star. And so at least one paper proposes that if a neutron star has a planet, and we of course know planets do exist around neutron stars, with the recent video that you can find right there or in the description explaining this in more detail, if planets have an orbit that's not circular, and if they do actually come relatively close to the neutron star, they might go through a typical tidal disruption process when an object starts to fall apart next to a very dense, very massive object such as a black hole and a neutron star. And as this planet starts to lose some of its mass, and starts to become tidally disrupted by this object, some of the material from the planet might end up crashing onto the pulsar itself, onto the neutron star. With this material then creating the observations we see, as some of these clumps, as they interact with the neutron star, produce various types of emissions because of the ridiculously powerful collisions. And if some of these clumps pass through what's known as the stellar wind, or through some of the magnetically charged particles produced by this neutron star, they'll actually start releasing very powerful radio waves as a result. So this is maybe one other way FRBs or various radio emissions from neutron stars could be produced as well. And in this case, by running calculations of famous fast radio bursts that do repeat, the scientists discovered that it also makes sense if it was just a planet creating this. So once again, another potential explanation, but nothing definitive just yet. But as I mentioned in the beginning, neutron stars seem to be the source and the potential solution to many different mysteries of the universe. Mysteries that in time we're hoping to be able to answer through thorough observations and various studies involving various neutron stars we've already discovered. And so until new studies or until new mysteries are solved, check out some of the previous videos on this topic, including the video on pulsars and neutron stars with planets, and check out all of the relevant links and studies in the description below. Also, subscribe, maybe share this video with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
One of the... All right, looks like it turned on. That's good.
Here we're going to explore a nice family of second-order nonlinear differential equations. And these were recommended by the so-called integral suggester, but he really is taking on a lot of other roles now by recommending lots of problems that aren't integrals. Feel free to get in touch if you have a problem that you'd like to see me solve. Okay, so let's see what we have here. We want to look at the family of differential equations. Inverse tangent y double prime plus inverse tangent y prime equals theta for a variety of values of theta. And so we'll pick 3 values in particular, and I think these 3 values will kind of give us a good idea of what happens in general. We're going to use the following sum angle formula for tangent. So it says that tangent alpha plus beta equals tangent alpha plus tangent beta over 1 minus tangent alpha times tangent beta. Okay, so let's get to the setup first before we look at our special cases. So since we have y double prime and y prime, but we don't have any y, we might as well think of this instead of a second order differential equation as a first order differential equation where the variable, the dependent variable, is y prime. So we can do that carefully by setting z equal to y prime. And notice that means that z prime equals y double prime. And thus our equation up here is now arctan of z prime plus arctan of z equals theta. Okay, nice. And now we'll use this sum angle formula for tangent, and we'll use it by applying tangent to both sides of this equation. So let's see what we get if we do that. Keeping in mind that we're viewing this arctan of z prime as like our alpha term, and this arctan of z as like our beta term, and furthermore, tangent and inverse tangent like annihilate each other. Okay, so doing the tangent of this sum will give us tangent of alpha, but that's just z prime, plus tangent of beta, but that's just going to be z, over 1 minus z times z prime. And then over here on the right-hand side, we have tangent of theta. Okay, so now that we're at this spot, this really maybe tells us that we should look at a couple of different values of theta, which might provide very different types of solutions. And those different values of theta are 0, because tangent of 0 is 0. Maybe pi over 4, because tangent of pi over 4 equals 1. And then also maybe pi over 2, because tangent of pi over 2 is not defined. We get a 0 in the denominator, but we'll take that to be like infinity. Okay, so let's maybe write that out real quick right here. So we'll look at these 3 cases. So our first case, like I said, will be theta equals 0. Great. But if theta equals 0, that means that tangent theta is also equal to 0. But if a quotient is equal to 0, the numerator is equal to 0, and we get z prime plus z equals 0. So that's our first case, if theta is equal to 0. So that's a fairly simple differential equation, as we will see. And then the second case will be theta equals pi over 4. That means that the tangent of theta is equal to 1. I think this probably is very similar to theta equals anything that doesn't give us 0 or infinity, like I said. But that gives us the differential equation z prime plus z equals 1 minus z times z prime. So I got that because tangent of theta was 1, and I could just cross multiply that up there. Okay, so again, it's a first order differential equation, but it's non-linear in this case. Okay, so now let's see what we have for our last case. So this would be theta equals pi over 2. And here I'll be not very careful and say this means tangent of theta equals 1 over 0. And I really want to point out that it's like 1 over 0 because that means the denominator is 0. So that means our differential equation is 1 minus z times z prime equals 0. Okay, good. So now let's look at each of these separately, maybe starting with the first, next to the third, and we'll finish off with this second one because it's the most difficult. Okay, so like I said, let's look first at our theta equals 0 case. But as I said, our theta equals 0 case gives us this differential equation. We have z prime equals minus z. But that's pretty easy to solve, really just with the guess and check method. You want to look for a function whose derivative is negative what you started out with, and that just gives us an exponential function, which is z equals e to the minus x, but we need a constant in there, so we'll say a times e to the minus x. So we've got something like that. But notice, let's recall that our original differential equation had to do with y. So this tells us y prime equals a times e to the minus x, which tells us that y is a times e to the minus x plus b, just by integrating both sides. Okay, so there's our general solution for this first case. So let's maybe put a check mark here to say we've taken care of that. Now let's move into this third case. So that's the case, like I said, where theta is equal to pi over 2. And that means we get this 1 minus z times z prime equals 0. In other words, we get z times z prime equals 1, which is in fact integrable. Notice we can integrate the left-hand side and we'll just get z squared over 2. We can integrate the right-hand side and we'll get x plus a constant. So let's do that. So we have z squared over 2 equals x plus a constant, which I'll call a. Notice that tells me that z is equal to the square root of 2x plus a. You might say, well, isn't it 2a? But in fact, we'll just use a again. We will absorb this 2 into that constant because it's an arbitrary constant. And that's something that's typically done when solving these types of differential equations. Okay. So now where can we go from here? Let's recall that z was equal to y prime. So this means that y prime is equal to the square root of 2x plus a. And again, we can integrate both sides of that. If we integrate the left-hand side, we just get y. Then integrating the right-hand side is not too bad. So let's see what we get for integrating the right-hand side. We can view this as 2x plus a to the half power. So we can use the power rule. So let's see, our new exponent will be 3/2, but then we need to multiply by 2/3 because that is exactly the reciprocal of 3/2, our rule. But then we also have to divide by 2 because we've got that 2 in front of the x. So all in all, we'll get 1/3 and then 2x plus a to the 3/2, and then we have another constant of integration. So this would be our solution for this third case, this case when theta is equal to pi over 2. Okay, so that's a nice warm-up. Now we'll look at this case when theta is equal to pi over 4. Now we're ready for the main event, which is the case when theta is equal to pi over 4, and thus we have this differential equation z prime plus z equals 1 minus z times z prime. So this is something called an autonomous differential equation, which means it only depends on the dependent variable, and at least first order autonomous differential equations are separable. So we should be able to do separation of variables technique on this. Okay, so let's first solve for z prime and then we'll go from there. So I'll add this z times z prime to the left and subtract z from the right. So that'll give me z prime times 1 plus z after factoring this z prime out equals 1 minus z. And now I can subtract by 1 plus z, and that'll give me z prime equals 1 minus z over 1 plus z. And now I'll use the slightly problematic strategy of writing z prime as dz over dx and then separating that out into our differential z part and our differential x part. So there's a way to write it carefully, but you end up with the same answer. So I think this is a nice abuse of notation. So here we'll have dz over dx, or dz by dx is 1 minus z over 1 plus z. We can move all of the x parts to one side of the equation and all of the z parts to the other side of the equation. So that gives us 1 plus z over 1 minus z dz equals dx. Okay, And now we can integrate both sides. So we'll integrate this side, and then we'll integrate this side as well. So the way to integrate this rational function on the left-hand side is to do a little bit of a simplification on this 1 plus z over 1 minus z.
This game is good.
And we can, in fact, write it as 2 over 1 minus z minus 1. So something like that. And now that's easily integrable. And now we'll integrate both sides, and let's see what we get. So over here on the left-hand side, we'll have minus 2 times the natural log of the absolute value of 1 minus z. And then we'll have minus z equals x plus some constant. I'll call that constant little a for now. Okay, so for my next step, I want to divide both sides by -2 and then switch the order of this 1 minus z, which is an absolute value. So let's see what that'll leave me with. That leaves me with the natural log of the absolute value of z minus 1, and then we'll have plus 1/2 z equals 1/2 x, negative 1/2 x, I should say, plus a new constant, which I'll call a1, which has just had all those constants from before absorbed into it. I think a -1/2 in this case. Okay, so from here I'll exponentiate both sides to get rid of this natural log. So exponentiating this side will give me z minus 1, and that's because the exponential and the natural log will cancel, and then I'll have e to the z over 2. So recall that an exponential will turn this sum into a product. So that's why we have this product here. And then over here on the right-hand side, we'll have e to the minus x over 2 times e to the a1, but I'll just call e to the a1 capital A. So now things are looking pretty good. It's actually pretty hard to solve things like this for z because we have like a polynomial type thing times an exponential type thing. But there's a very special type of function that allows us to do that. A function which has been made famous by a YouTube math person already. So post in the comments if you know what function this is before I reveal it, and if you know who has made that famous. But we need to do a little bit of work on this to put it in the right form. And the work that we will do is as follows. So I'm going to multiply both sides. So let's write that. Multiply both sides by e to the minus 1/2 all over 2. So something like that. So let's see what that leaves us with. That leaves us with z minus 1 over 2 here. And then we'll have e to the z minus 1 over 2 equals a times e to the minus x over 2. You might say, well, shouldn't that be a over 2 and e to the minus x plus 1 over 2 or something like that? But I'll just absorb this constant inside of the a. If you're a little bit worried about doing that, maybe I'll call this a naught for just a second before I absorb that constant in there. But now we're actually in a good spot, and we can use this thing called the Lambert W function. And what does that allow us to do? Well, the Lambert W function is the inverse of something that looks like an exponential function like this. So if f of x equals x e to the x, then f inverse of x is equal to this Lambert W function, which is w of x. So what that means is that w of x e to the x is equal to x. That's the function inverse function relationship. So if we want to solve for z minus 1 over 2 in this case, we can just apply this Lambert W function. And what does that give us? That'll give us z minus 1 over 2 equals w of a times e to the minus x over 2. And now we're in a pretty good place. We
you know, maybe, yeah, I'm just gonna, yeah, it's just gonna be part of some review. Yeah, I definitely know everything here.
We have not much to do to solve for z, and I'm actually not going to do that on the board. I'll just jump to the next board where we have solved that for z. So this is where we ended up on the last board. Well, actually maybe half a step from where we ended up on the last board. We had z equals 1 plus 2, and then w a e to the minus x over 2. But let's recall that z was like an intermediate variable. What we really want to do is solve for y, and it's related to z by z equals y prime. So maybe I'll erase this z and I'll just rewrite it with y prime, I guess I should say. And now we can integrate both sides. It might be a little bit worrisome because this w a e to the minus x over 2 might have a difficult integral, but in fact, this integrates quite nicely. Okay, so let's see how this can go. So if we integrate both sides, we'll have y equals, so 1 integrates to x, and then we'll have a constant of integration related to this new integral. I'll call that b. And then we'll have plus 2 times the antiderivative of WA e to the minus x over 2 dx. And now we'll do a couple of changes of variables on this guy right here to finish it all off. So the first one will be to set u equal to a e to the minus x over 2. And so since we've got a composition of functions going on here, this is a fairly standard thing that you might want to do. But let's notice that that means that du is equal to minus a over 2 e to the minus x over 2 dx. We can in fact solve that for dx, and let's see what that leaves us with. So dx will be equal to minus 2 du over u when all is said and done. And so that's just putting it back in terms of that variable u. Okay, so let's see what that leaves us with. So we'll have x plus b plus the antiderivative at this point of w of u over u du. And this actually shouldn't be a plus, it should be a minus 4. So we get a minus 4 from this 2 and this minus 2. So from here, we can do another change of variables. So what I'll do now is set t equal to w of u. But since this w function is really best looked at as the inverse of a more nicely behaved function, maybe we should apply that more nicely behaved function to both sides. So that gives us u equals t times e to the t by the function inverse function relationship. But now we can take du, and using the product rule, we'll see that that is equal to e to the t, and then 1 plus t dt. So we have something that looks like that. So let's see what that does to our integral. We have x plus b minus 4 times the integral of, well, so let's write it all down. So we'll have a t times e to the t times 1 plus t dt in the numerator. So the t comes from the w of u, and all the rest of it comes from the du. And then in the denominator, we have e to the t times t, and that's from this u. So some nice stuff cancels. So notice this guy cancels with this guy, and we're left with only this polynomial term 1 plus t. So that has a fairly nice antiderivative. So now we will have x plus our constant b minus 4 times t minus 2 times t squared. So that's just taking the antiderivative of 1 plus t. And now we just have to work ourselves back out of this substitution. So let's recall that t was this Lambert W function, w of u, and then u was that a e to the minus x over 2. So that allows us to write our final answer pretty easily. So notice it'll be x plus our constant b minus 4 times this w function evaluated at a e to the minus x over 2, and then minus 2 times this w function evaluated the same place squared. Great. And so that ends up being our solution. So all in all, it does use a special function, but it has some nice like steps and strategies to get to this final solution. And that's a good place to stop.
How's it going, guys? So I thought I'd go ahead and make a little bit of a video today just talking about aliases, okay?
I've been waiting to do this one, to watch this one actually.
If you're new to OpenBSD, Linux, terminal use in general, one of the things that you kind of want to know is aliases. If you're unfamiliar with what aliases are, in general, what they are, aliases are their stuff that you will throw into your shell configuration, whether that be bash, KSH, ZSH, fish, whatever shell you're using, you'll throw these in here. This video is targeted towards those of you who are new to this kind of space. You probably don't take advantage of aliases, or you might not even know what aliases are. So in that vein, I'm going to assume that this kind of new person doesn't also know for sure what they're using as their shell. You just know you have a terminal emulator. It's called Xterm or Alacrity or whatever it is in GNOME or KDE. I believe it's GNOME Terminal, and I have no idea what K's is, like console or some shit, I'm sure. But to check what shell you're using, open up your terminal, and most people installed NeoFetch. Okay, so if you have NeoFetch installed, just run it. And when you run NeoFetch, it will tell you what shell you're running. I mean, it'll also tell you the terminal that you're using. Look, I sometimes see this online in forums for new users and stuff. They'll get mixed up. Your terminal emulator is not your shell. Let's just make that clear. Your shell is different. We won't go into the nitty-gritty of that because it doesn't matter. But if you are confused, you don't know which shell you're running, you can simply install NeoFetch, and NeoFetch is in every, like, I don't know that you're going to find a, excuse me, I don't know what's happening to my voice. You'll be able to find that in pretty much every single Linux distro's repositories. You'll find it on OpenBSD, FreeBSD. I mean, it's everywhere. Everyone uses NeoFetch. So I'm using KSH here. You might be using something like Bash. Now, if you're using Bash or KSH, you should have a .bashrc or a .kshrc file in your home directory. If you don't, that's fine. You can make it. It's really not a problem. So I will go ahead and vim into my bash RC, since that's probably what most of you guys are going to have. You can see my aliases here in the bash RC are much less than I have in my KSH RC. I have more over there, mainly because that's what I've been using lately. So this bash RC has pretty much fallen by the wayside. So yeah, but you can see what aliases are is they are a fantastic way of just mapping other things to another command that you want to run. So for example, here I have aliased ls to lsd. If you're unfamiliar with what LSD is, it's not the drug, it's LS Deluxe, and it essentially adds icons and color to your ls command, which is, well, if you're, again, unfamiliar with ls, I'll just run it here. Yeah, it shows you the folders and files you have in whatever directory you're in. I'm in my home directory here, so I got my documents, downloads, you know, all that stuff. Now, this here, again, I'm running KSH, so this actually is an LSD. I'm actually using EXA right now. It's fine. I like EXA. I've been trying it out here recently. EXA and LSD are some, like, they're LS alternatives that have, you know, color and niceties added on with them. So let me go back into my KSHRC and show you some of the aliases that I have in here and the importance of aliases. Okay, aliases make your life inside of a shell much better, just much better. And it's not like you have to take advantage of aliases, but you should, because it's gonna save you time. So here I have like ... and ... So three periods and 2 periods, both mapped to cd ... So that way I don't have to type out cd and ... to go up a directory. That's how you go up a directory. And the 3 dots is even more helpful, because let's say I've gone down into my .config folder, I've gone down into my Qt browser folder, and then down into my Grease Monkey folder in there, which is where you can add like plugins and stuff to Qt browser. If I'm in that folder, but I want to go back up to the config directory, but I don't want to go all the way up to my home directory, because if you just type out CD, that's going to take you back to your home directory. I don't want to go back to my home directory. I want to go back to my .config directory. Well, I need to move up 2 directories, and then I'm there in my .config. Typically, I'd have to do CD ... /... and then I could go back up there. That's a little bit aggressive. So instead, 3 dots, and I'm back up there. Saves time. And then also, instead of saving time, a lot of the time that you're using aliases, it's just to essentially add on more functionality. And here I'm aliasing ls to exa, and that's just to give my ls more features. Instead, here, like, this doesn't really save me time that much, but it's a default that I would obviously want. So if I was to run df, it's going to work here like I have it set up. So when I type out df, this is going to actually run df-h, which gives me the size and everything for the available size, all that stuff for my drives here in the df command. It gives them to me in human readable, which means they're in gigabytes and sizes that make sense for a human to read instead of just bytes. I believe that's what it typically will give it to you in. I obviously want this in gigabytes, like, clearly. So yeah, like, that's something that makes sense to add. And then you can essentially, once you start using aliases over time, they will save you so much time doing stuff. It makes sense. So I have like sensors and dis in here. This will run the sysctl hardware sensors and hardware dis names commands for me. It's a pain to type all of that out. It's really not that bad. I mean, it's really just like 2 words, and they're not massive words either, but I can condense them down much more and just type out sensors and then get the command working. And it's just faster. If I want to see the dis, I can get the dis names and their UUIDs. It's really, really awesome to have it functioning this way. And aliases are just one of those things where you might not have heard about them, you might not have even known about them, but they're a small thing that will increase your productivity and also just make life easier once you start using them. So hopefully you found this video helpful. Hopefully you didn't already know this, which I'm going to assume most of you guys are pretty good with aliases. You know what aliases are. But for newcomers around here, or just new to Linux, new to BSD, new to Unix in general, people might not know about this, and hopefully this video helped you. This, at the very least, this is who I'm making this video for. So if you enjoyed it and you liked it, hit the like button. Tell me what you thought down in the description below, in the comments below, and then don't forget to subscribe, because I will be posting videos like this and more pretty frequently. So make sure you stick around. I also want to throw up the fantastic people who support me over on Patreon. These are all their names. These are great, fantastic people. They support the channel and keep it going. So thank all of you, and I will make sure to go ahead and say, if you want to join them, the link will be down in the description, as well as a link over to my Discord, so you can chat, talk with us and everything. And yeah, I think that's about it for this video. I will go ahead and say I apologize. Of course, my phone's going to go off right at the end of this video. I don't know what's going on with my nose and everything. It seems like I'm coming down with something. Hopefully not. But yeah, and So also, before we close this out, I will go ahead and say I'm doing the podcast with Matt today. That's live over on the Linux Cast channel. So if you want to see that podcast, make sure you're subscribed to Matt's channel. It's the Linux Cast. You can find it pretty easily on YouTube. And yeah, I will see you guys over there for that. And we might be doing a live stream later. No promises. Peace.
With the Russian invasion of Ukraine continuing, there's no sign that the Western-imposed sanctions
Okay, I'm actually getting through it now. Oof.
on the Russian airlines are going to let off anytime soon. So in today's video, I'm going to have a look at what kind of options these airlines have and whether or not the Russian aircraft manufacturing can pick up the slack and actually keep these Russian airlines flying. We're going to have a look at both the short-term, medium-term and long-term possibilities, and it turns out it's quite fascinating, so stay tuned. In the short term, the Russian airlines are just going to have to work with whatever they have, and this means, to a large extent, their Western aircraft fleet. Some of these aircraft have been nationalized, i.e. stolen from the leasing companies, and some of them were owned outright before this war began. Now, the problem, obviously, as I pointed out in some of my earliest videos on this subject, which you can check out later on, is that they are not receiving any new aircraft, nor are they receiving any spare parts or any help with maintenance of these aircraft. So this means that eventually these aircraft are not going to be usable. Now, the Russian airlines have been cut off from a large part of their flying network, which means that they're likely sitting with much more aircraft than they actually need at the moment, and this is going to keep them afloat for a couple of months, possibly a year, while they put some of these aircraft on the ground and start cannibalizing them from parts in order to maintain some of the other aircraft flying. The problem though is that that won't work for very long. Even if they do get access to the black market like North Korea and Iran has been doing, the Russian aviation business is just so much bigger. So the black market will not be able to source the amount of parts needed to keep this amount of Western aircraft flying and legal. The other thing that they can do is reaching out to friendly countries and see if they can source spare parts from them. But like I pointed out in my previous video on this subject, it's very unlikely that any country will take on the risk of sourcing parts that are under sanctions to Russia, because that could potentially put those countries under sanctions as well, which is definitely not something that they would want. This means that eventually there will be just fewer and fewer Boeings and Airbuses available to these Russian airlines. And in order for them to keep flying, they have to come up with a different solution. Now, what we have seen is that they have actually started to dust off their old Ilyushin 96 aircraft, which is an internal Russian aircraft, but there just aren't enough of them. They cannot possibly take up the slack when the Western fleets are starting to run out. This brings us to the medium-term future for the Russian airlines, and at a first glance, it looks like there might be some quite good options for them here. If we start, for example, with the Sukhoi SSJ-100 Superjet. This is an aircraft that's approximately the same size as an Airbus A220, largely used for domestic short to medium haul routes. And the Russian airlines are already using quite a few of these Superjets. The problem, though, is that even though this is a Russian airliner, it is built on a lot of Western parts. So the avionics, the fly-by-wire system, the hydraulics, some of the actuators for the different flight controls, they're all provided by Western firms. These aircraft have been assembled in Russia for quite a while, which means that the Russian partners to these Western companies probably have a fairly big stockpile of parts that they can use in order to continue to build and service the Sukhoi Superjet for quite a while, but we haven't even gotten to the biggest problem, and that's the engines. Currently, the Sukhoi Superjet is powered by two PowerJet SAM-146 jet engines. These jet engines are a joint venture between Safran and NPO Saturn, which is the Russian counterpart. Safran is the one that is creating the core of the jet engine and most of the controlling system for it as well. It's actually very similar to the core of the CFM56 engine, which is the same engine as we are using on the Boeing 737NG. The Western sanctions will make this cooperation impossible to continue, which eventually will mean that the Sukhoi Superjet is is going to run out of spare parts for its engines, and when it does, it's not really certified to be using any of the Russian engines to power it. All of this together means that the Sukhoi Superjet is likely going to follow a similar path as the Boeings and the Airbuses in the Russian airlines fleet. It just might take a little bit longer for them to reach there because they have a bigger stockpile of spare parts. So that brings us to the Irkut MS-21, or as it's known in the West, the MC-21, which is a competitor to the Boeing 737 and the Airbus A320. The engines that Irkut and its parent company United Aircraft Corporation chose for the MC-21 are Pratt & Whitney geared turbofans, very similar to the ones that are fitted to the Airbus A320neo. Now those engines are obviously Western built as well, which means that the MC-21 is facing similar problems to the Sukhoi Superjet. But in this case, the MC-21 has actually been flown with Russian-built Aviad Vigatel PD-14 engines. The only snag here though is that the aircraft has not been certified together with these engines, even though the engines in themselves are certified. However, that's not the end of the problems, because just like with the Sukhoi Superjet, the MC-21 has a lot of Western-built systems in it, including the APU, some of the avionics, a lot of the electrics, and crucially also its state-of-the-art side stick, which is actually the first side stick built onto an airliner that is supposed to have force feedback so that one pilot can feel what the other pilot is doing with his or her side stick. Those systems already exist on private jets like the Gulfstream G500, 600 and upwards, but this will be the first time that such a system will be fitted onto an airliner. But the problem is though that that system comes from a French manufacturer. So once again, there's going to have to be a lot of Russification needed on several different components inside of the MC-21, and then those systems needs to be fully certified before the Russians can completely manufacture these aircraft in Russia. Before we continue with the next aircraft, I just want to share this with you. Whenever I travel somewhere, like last week when me and my family went to Dubai, the way that I use CuriosityStream myself is I try to find a documentary on there about the place I'm going to. So for example, we checked out the Burj Khalifa, Dubai's vertical city, and that just made the experience of going up into the Burj Khalifa so much more rewarding. It is a high quality subscription streaming service with thousands of documentaries and non-fictional stories from some of the best filmmakers in the world. If that sounds interesting to you, and I bet that it does, then go down and check out the link in the description here below, which is curiositystream.com/mentornow, and use the coupon code mentornow so they know that you're coming from my video. That will give you a whopping 25% off the annual fee, which is only $14.99 per year, which is insane value for money. So after this video, go down and check it out. So what about the Tupolev Tu-14 then? This is an aircraft that has been completely built inside of Russia. It's using Russian engines, using Russian electronics, avionics, everything is Russian, and at the moment it's largely being used by Russian government authorities only. It is a fairly modern aircraft in some aspects, as in it has fly-by-wire, and not so modern in other areas where it still uses a 3-pilot cockpit with a flight engineer. But it's the size of a Boeing 757 and it could easily be turned into a passenger version, and according to Russian sources it's already being done. In this case there's no foreign parts being used at all, so the sanctions will have no impact on the production process. But here there's another small snag, and that is the production rate. Tupolev has estimated that they are going to be able to produce about 10 Tupolev Tu-14 per year in the year 2025 if they start ramping up production. Just to put that into perspective, Airbus is currently producing about 45 Airbus A320neo per month, and Boeing is spitting out about 27 Boeing 737 Maxes per month. This means that if Tupolev is only able to ramp up the production to 10 units per year in 3 years from now, it is unlikely that that is going to be able to cover the need of new aircraft that is going to start happening when the Western aircraft fleets inside of Russia are starting to become grounded. If we now start to look further into the future, as in beyond the year 2025 and beyond 2030, it is very possible that Russia is going to focus most of their resources on trying to fully Russify the systems inside of their existing airliners, like the Superjet and the MC-21. one. But there's also been some quite advanced discussions between the Chinese COMAC organization and the United Aircraft Corporation in Russia to go together and create a new joint venture called CRAC. Yeah, that's what they're calling it, in which they would create a joint long-haul aircraft called the CR929. And from what we've seen so far of this project, it looks like a very good-looking aircraft. It looks from the outside similar to the Boeing 787, and from cockpit mock-ups that we've seen, the cockpit looks very similar to an Airbus A350. But herein, once again, lies the problem, because this project was once again projected to be using a lot of Western aircraft parts in it. A lot of the avionics and the cockpit instrumentation would be coming from Western firms, and they were also planning to use either Rolls-Royce or General Electric engines to power this aircraft, something that looks very unlikely to happen right now. So even though in the original project they were supposed to have a flying prototype of the CR929 as early as 2023, which is next year, that's obviously not going to happen. Now, if they actually continue this project, they're going to have to remake and replace all of these Western systems in order for this aircraft to be able to be built. And on top of that, you have to factor in that there is a possibility that the Chinese might not be so interested in pursuing this joint venture together with Russia out of fear of being subjected to sanctions themselves. And even if this project would continue to go ahead and the Russians would be able to create a larger version of the Aviad Vigatel engine to power this aircraft, there is a small question about where it's actually going to fly. Is it going to fly only between Russia and China? Because this aircraft is going to have to be certified in the West as well if this aircraft is to be flying in the West. So it's likely that if this project even continues, it is going to take many, many years for it to reach fruition. So what's the conclusion out of all of this then? Well, the conclusion is that if Russia continues its war in Ukraine and these sanctions from the West continue, it's going to be very, very hard for Russia to maintain its airline industry. Just as easy as that. Their Western aircraft are going to be grounded one after the other until there's none of them left, and the Russian aircraft industry at the moment is not set to be able to produce aircraft at the rate that these Western aircraft are going to start being grounded. So unless the Russians continue to fly these Western aircraft outside of the rules and regulations and effectively then letting the safety level start to drop, it is likely that there's just going to be less and less aircraft flying over the Russian skies until there is some kind of conclusion to this horrific war and the sanctions can start to be lifted and we can go back to a world where everyone works together in order to enhance flight safety and enhance the kind of connection between people again. Now, check out this video next. I think you're going to really like that one. Remember to subscribe to this new channel if you haven't already and leave a like after you. If you want to support the work that I do, then consider becoming part of my fantastic Patreon family, or you can always buy yourself some merch. Have an absolutely fantastic day and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
NATO sends 50 Gepard anti-aircraft guns and long-range weapons to Ukraine to blunt Russia's attack.
Here comes the real world. Or rather, more of the real world, and what to pull down from it too.
The German government will send Ukraine around 50 Gepard air defense tanks to help that country repel Russian attacks, German and US officials said at a conference here. The vehicles, made by Krauss Maffei Wegmann, are no longer in the inventory of the German armed forces, but the manufacturer has kept a number in its own stocks. The ease of use of the two-cannon flak setup, mounted on a Leopard tank chassis, has made the Gepard a favorite among military experts, especially as the Bundeswehr looks for no-frills defenses against drones. It's exactly what Ukraine needs to defend its airspace, German Defense Minister Christine Lambrecht told reporters here. The announcement gives German leaders a needed break from a drumbeat of criticism that Berlin isn't doing enough to help Ukraine, especially when it comes to heavy weapons. Such arms will be needed by Ukraine in the weeks ahead, as Russian troops train their artillery on eastern Ukraine from various directions, according to U.S. officials. The fight will be increasingly about who can shoot farther and defend artillery positions against long-range attacks, they said. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin acknowledged Berlin's contribution during a press statement at the close of the Ukraine Donor Conference, which brought together more than 40 nations. I wanted to especially welcome a major decision by our German hosts, he said of the Gepard, or Cheetah in English. And yesterday, of course, the British government announced that it will provide Ukraine with additional anti-aircraft capabilities, Austin added. And today, Canada announced that it will send Ukraine 8 armored vehicles. According to Lambrecht, Germany will strive to intensify its strategy of replenishing the equipment of Eastern European partners who have opted to send their Soviet-era gear to help Ukraine. Such decades-old equipment is easier for Ukrainian forces to operate without lengthy training, the thinking goes. The Cheetah's capabilities, which include armor-piercing rounds, are in line with Germany's strategy of sending only equipment to Ukraine that is defensive in nature. US and NATO leaders have stressed that the Western alliance has no plan to get involved in the conflict directly. Why is the announcement so significant? Russia's invasion of Ukraine and mounting pressure both at home and abroad has pushed the German government to majorly shift the country's defense policy. Weeks ago, the German government's tank announcement would have been unthinkable. At the end of January, when Russia had already massed more than 100,000 troops around Ukraine and the US was warning of an imminent invasion, Germany reiterated that it would not send any weapons.
Do this anyway. So.
Instead, Berlin offered to send Ukraine 5,000 protective helmets. Just days before the helmet announcement,
plus no round back
Berlin had not given Estonia permission to send old German howitzers to Ukraine. In recent years, the German government has repeatedly decided not to supply lethal weapons. There are reasons for this, which are of course also based on all the developments of recent years and decades, Scholz said at the time. Invasion was turning point in German defense policy. Following Russia's invasion of Ukraine on February 24, Germany reversed this long-standing policy of not sending weapons to conflict zones, which traced its roots back to the end of World War II, as Scholz announced a turning point in German defense policy. In the aftermath of the invasion, Germany said it would supply Ukraine with 1,000 anti-tank weapons, 500 Stinger surface-to-air missiles, around 2,700 Strela anti-aircraft missiles, as well as ammunition, machine guns, grenades and mines. Berlin has also approved requests from other countries including Estonia and the Czech Republic to send some of their stocks of ex-East German, Soviet-era weapons to Ukraine, including howitzers and armored personnel carriers. However, the German government still refused all Ukrainian requests to send German-made heavy military equipment. German officials said they would prefer to send Soviet-designed weapons that Ukrainian soldiers could operate without additional training. According to Wegold, such supplies are now becoming limited. If the West wants to continue supporting Ukraine, they have to think about starting training Ukrainians on Western systems to deliver Western systems as well, he said. As recently as April 9, German Defense Minister Christine Lambrecht also said that she saw hardly any possibilities left to supply Ukraine with weapons and equipment directly from the German military stockpiles. No more taboos in weapon deliveries. The next major paradigm shift in German politics came in mid-April as Russia prepared for a new offensive in eastern Ukraine. Germany has made a decisive decision here to deliver weapons to Ukraine. We deliver. We have delivered and we will deliver. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz told German public radio RBB on April 14. And on April 21, German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock told a news conference in Tallinn that there are no taboos for us with regard to armored vehicles and other weaponry that Ukraine needs. However, Baerbock said the priority was to ensure Ukraine quickly received older Soviet-designed equipment and that Germany would replenish stocks of allied countries that have such weapons with modern German-made equipment. According to the media reports, Germany has agreed such an exchange with Slovenia. This country would send a large number of its T-72 Soviet-era battle tanks to Ukraine. Germany would then send Slovenia a number of Marder tanks and Fox-wheeled tanks as replacements.
Как вы считаете, мы живем в демократическом государстве?
Нет.
Я считаю, что это очень условно. Скорее нет, чем да.
Нет.
Мы живем в совершенно другом обществе. Но из-за ситуации в стране я не буду вдаваться в детали.
Определенно точно нет.
Я считаю, да.
Я считаю, что да.
Я думаю, что да.
Я не хочу на этот вопрос отвечать.
Конечно, нотка есть демократии, но не полностью.
Нет. Я считаю, что не в демократическом. А в каком? Авторитарное государство.
Нет. Конечно, нет.
А почему нет? Здесь плохо живется?
Здесь плохо выражается. Нельзя говорить то, что нельзя говорить. И так далее.
Но вообще вы бы хотели жить в демократии?
Да.
А что для этого сделать нужно?
Начать с себя.
Да нет, конечно.
Почему?
Потому что, думаете, все для народа у нас?
А разве нет?
Да нет, конечно.
А для кого?
Что-то делается, но как бы так, для видимости.
А в каком скорее?
Авторитарном? Путинском?
Ближе к авторитарному. Нельзя сказать, что это какой-то конкретный строй. Мне кажется, мы живем на каком-то перепутье небольшом между какими-то демократическими свободами, которые уходят на второй план, и чем-то приближенным к автократии.
Мне дали хорошее образование, у меня хорошая работа, нет проблем. В общем-то. Так что, я думаю, нам нужно остановить это.
Ну, то есть вы чувствуете, что государство считается с вашим мнением?
Думаю, да.
Ну а в целом, вот как вы чувствуете? То есть лично ваше мнение государство учитывает?
Лично мое мнение?
Ну да.
Ну, я чувствую себя хорошо в своей стране, это моя страна, да.
А у нас, как считаете, можно там на пикет какой-нибудь выйти, если что-то не нравится?
Проблема.
Как вы считаете, мы живем в демократическом государстве?
Нет, я считаю, что мы живем не в демократическом государстве. По ряду причин. Скорее, ну я бы не стал об этом подробности обсуждать, но я не считаю, что мы в демократическом обществе живем.
Не могу однозначно ответить. Отчасти, да.
Ну, вот на примерах, то есть, что у нас от демократии и что не от демократии?
Например, вот вы снимаете, я могу говорить. Отчасти это демократия, где-то ее нет, где-то она есть.
Это государство, в котором я сейчас живу, не похоже на то представление, которое я сложила в голове. Но есть ли такое государство на самом деле в мире, я не знаю.
Ну вот просто по ощущениям, как кажется, вот исполнительная власть, она, ну вообще власть, она учитывает ваше мнение?
Ну, мое лично нет, кого-то учитывает. Мы не в социалистическом обществе живем, так что я считаю, что
Нет, не в демократическом государстве.
А в каком?
В капиталистическом, в котором вся власть сосредоточена в руках собственников средств производства. Вот так банально.
Мы сейчас живем в демократическом государстве.
Я сомневаюсь.
А скорее в каком?
Скорее разрушающим.
Но как мы вообще можем прийти к демократичному государству?
Но сейчас, на данный момент, мне кажется, тяжело что-то сделать.
Почему?
Силы не равны как-то будут, наверное.
Сменяемость власти. В первую очередь, сменяемость власти. Я думаю, нам надо все-таки выбрать цель и идти к этой цели методами, которые подразумевают демократическими методами. То есть, мы не добьемся демократии, если мы будем идти к демократии не демократическими методами. Ну, у нас вообще, вот как считаете, могут чуваки выйти на ночный пикет, какой-нибудь на митинг?
Да.
Ничего не будет за это?
Ну, власть скажет, пошли нахуй. А так, почему бы и нет? Человека дело. Захотел, пошел, сказал свое слово. Вроде как свободная страна.
Ну, как показывает практика, если ты уходишь на митинг или одиночный пикет в России с мнением с мнением, отличающимся от мнения правящей верхушки власти, то у тебя есть шанс, что тебя вообще посадят в тюрьму. Вот, поэтому скорее нет, чем да. Ну, свобода слова у нас есть.
Ну, смотря на самом деле в чем говорить, потому что свобода слова, на мой личный взгляд, работает далеко не везде. Даже в демократических странах со всеми вот этими вещами все равно людей за очень многое сажают, за очень многое привлекают, и по итогу, я считаю, свобода слова не работающей как, наверное, модель. То есть в том плане то, что, да, ты имеешь право говорить, да, ты говоришь, но, а по итогу это ж не работает, блядь, нормально. Нигде, реально. Тебя просто могут где-то меньше за это привлекать, а где-то больше. Поэтому это быстрее. Дело в том, насколько много и об чем ты хочешь высказываться.
Я считаю, что сейчас очень много цензуры, как таковой свободы слова нет. Вот. И я считаю, что в 90-х в России свободы слова было намного больше, чем сейчас.
Да, пожалуйста, сейчас цензура в СМИ, карманные суды, все то, что мы сейчас видим каждый день, является признаками авторитарного государства.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very important segment. When CNN is talking about the Durham Probe Special Counsel, when CNN is writing essentially the same type of articles as Fox News, there's no hiding the reality that Trump was essentially set up and framed by his direct political rivals. This is CNN. Durham prosecutors detail criminal probe into tech executive who worked on Trump-Russia back-channel claims. Washington. This is, again, CNN is reporting on this. So it's very, very difficult for wonderful, highly educated, morally superior liberal Democrats to say, oh, this is nonsense. This is just more of fantasies of Trump being mistreated by his direct political rivals. It was totally fair and above board. They had to look at allegations. I mean, there were allegations that Trump was installed by another country. I mean, don't you have to investigate those allegations? Well, hit subscribe to this channel. Hit subscribe to the Stock Market Crash channel, because I've explained for years. You could read my writing in The Federalist. I've explained for years how the Durham Probe Special Counsel needs to look at exactly what they're looking at now. His direct political rivals utilizing or outsourcing tech executives, law firms, opposition research companies to funnel allegations, absurd claims, and deceitful, categorically false dossiers and compilations of gossip and hearsay, complete conjecture, but just basically lies, funneling lies into the United States government with the help of either loyalists within the government or officials who just wanted a pretext to investigate Trump. So they purchased the Steele dossier. Clinton didn't. Hillary Clinton did not purchase the dossier. She hired attorneys to then hire Glenn Simpson, who then hired Christopher Steele, who then hired or worked with other people to compile lies about Trump, funnel those lies into the U.S. government, get people to investigate Trump under the pretext of, well, we have to just begin these investigations because, well, we heard that Trump was working with another country, that the Kremlin installed a Republican candidate. And you have tens of millions of people who believe this. And so, like I said, hit subscribe to this channel, share this segment everywhere, and hit subscribe to the Stock Market Crash channel. I have a very, very important segment on the Stock Market Crash channel below. If you want to see me lift 100-pound dumbbells with each, in each hand, you can see that on the Stock Market Crash channel also. That's below in the pinned comment. But here, Special Counsel John Durham has an active and ongoing criminal probe into a tech executive who worked with a Hillary Clinton 2016 campaign lawyer to share claims of a cyber back channel between Donald Trump and the country that Democrats blame everything on. Prosecutors said in court Wednesday. Prosecutors said Durham's team is still looking closely into whether Tech Executive 1, a tech executive and leading cybersecurity expert, I'm not going to use his name, but his name's public record, defrauded the U.S. government by misusing internet data from the government contracts to search for derogatory information about Trump and the Kremlin. Now, this is what took place. There was an existing contract between President Obama's administration and these tech researchers who were using Defense Department funding for a completely different venture or a project. So they were actually getting paid by the United States government through these university grants, through funding from the United States government that these universities were utilizing. And there was also an existing contract that existed prior to Trump and President Obama's administration, where these tech executives and these tech researchers were tasked with something completely different from surveillance of Trump, which took place in Trump Tower, his apartment, a healthcare provider, and also, obviously, the executive office of the president when Trump was in the Oval Office in 2017. Okay. That was not part of the existing contract that these tech researchers had with President Obama, which is exactly why these tech researchers, the executives, attorneys will get in. Many, all, or some, or one or two will get indicted, almost certainly. So they utilized an existing contract, and then they said, "Well, we didn't engage in any." Unethical or, illegal behavior. It was a contract under President Obama's administration. But the contract never stated to obtain information on Trump. And also, they said, well, these are researchers from a university. They didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, they did, because they were getting funding from the Defense Department for something that had nothing to do with Trump. And this is how bizarre, and the Washington Post calls it Byzantine. And I wrote about this in The Federalist, and I was writing about these issues also in The Hill in 2015, okay? But, so you could read my writing in The Hill, The Huffington Post, Salon, The Jerusalem Post, other publications, The Federalist, on hagoodman.com. But what took place is, now this is why you watch this channel, okay? I have this charming yet annoying personality that people like. We're almost at 200,000 subs, so hit subscribe and tell your friends about my charming and annoying personality all at once. Madam Secretary, and I want a Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump 2024 rematch. Please, God, make it happen. Please, God. Please. Because we're still living in 2016 and we need to get this out of our system. Clinton and the Democratic National Committee, right after they cheated Bernie Sanders, the first time you've heard that today. Just expect that every time you watch one of my segments. After they cheated Bernie Sanders, they said, okay, we're going to set up and frame Trump. How are we going to do it? Well, we're not going to actually purchase a dossier or accuse him of having secret servers, which is what Clinton had. Nobody knew about her servers until 2015. And we're going to accuse Trump of having a secret server communication channel with Alpha Bank, a bank in Moscow. Okay. The dossier and the Alpha Bank claims were conjured up and fabricated. They were completely made up. That's why also you have a Fox News article, in addition to a CNN article, Durham team argues strong intersection between Christopher Steele work Sussman allegations against Trump. Sussman's defense team calls Steele a lightning rod and said introducing anything about him into the trial would be prejudicial. Well, no, because they worked in conjunction with one another. As Michael Sussman in the Law Firm 1, we'll just say Law Firm 1, was funneling lies to James Baker, the Federal Bureau of Investigation attorney, who now works for Twitter, okay, who is going to testify against Sussman in the trial. As Sussman was funneling, because he's indicted, third indictment in the Durham Probe Special Counsel, as he was funneling information to Baker, Comey's top legal counsel, and they were all in on it, Comey, Strzok, McCabe, Clapper, Brennan. I mean, you'd have to be an imbecile not to see it. It's so easy to understand. But anyway, as Sussman was funneling this information and lying to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, saying, well, I'm not working on behalf of any client, and literally the Clinton campaign and Fusion GPS were saying, oh yeah, everything with Sussman is attorney-client privilege. So as Sussman is funneling information to Baker at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, simultaneously, Sussman's colleague at the same law firm, Law Firm 1, is hiring Glenn Simpson and Fusion GPS, and also a part of hiring Christopher Steele, who has his own company. And then he was working with a man who was indicted by the Durham Probe Special Counsel, Danchenko. Okay. This is a grandiose, monumental, hoax of mythical proportions. They created and fabricated a myth. So Trump's personality wasn't enough because people liked The Apprentice. People liked, you're going to find more than half the population that likes a brash billionaire. Elon Musk, people like his personality. He's not like Trump, but he's brash and bold, and, that people like, individuals that actually, stand for something, that will do something. Good, hopefully. Not bad. It's easy to do bad things. It's hard to do good things. Or, infinitely more difficult to do something special. Okay? But what they did was they didn't have anything on Trump. So they outsourced. For example, when the DNC cheated Bernie Sanders and we found out that Bernie Sanders was cheated, they said, well, Russia wants you to know this. How do we know? Because we outsourced the company to look at DNC servers. The DNC servers were never looked at by the United States government. They were never, ever looked at by the United States government. Never analyzed. DNC never gave their servers to the United States government. Vice, a whole bunch of publications admitted this. I believe Gizmodo, other publications admitted this and addressed this. So they got a third-party tech firm to say that, yes, another country wanted you to know that Bernie Sanders was cheated, thus interfering in the election. But Bernie Sanders was cheated in the Democratic primary by Democrats. Had nothing to do with Vladimir or anyone else. And so they successfully warped the minds of tens of millions of morally superior, highly educated liberal Democrats who look at, like, oh my God, look at Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's saying, absurd things. Marjorie Taylor Greene does say absurd things. It doesn't matter if you agree with her or disagree with her. She's like a political liability for the Republican Party. She just is. I mean, you have President Trump, Donald Trump. He doesn't say the things that Marjorie Taylor Greene says. She says things that are even, extremely bizarre. Trump is just brash and gives his opinion, and I like that. Marjorie Taylor Greene, completely different story. But they just, you have the morally superior liberal Democrats who focus on Marjorie Taylor Greene now because they don't have Trump to focus on, and they kind of do. But the New York probe is ending, and they claim that, oh my God, look at these Republicans. They believe pure lies and fantasies. Like, no, wait a second. Greene is one representative. You have tens of millions of liberal Democrats who believe that Trump was installed by the Kremlin because of lies funneled into the United States government. And we're not even going to get to the Washington Post, the New York Times, MSNBC, CNN, the New Yorker, the Atlantic, Esquire, Vanity Fair, Mother Jones. You have journalists at these publications meeting with Federal Bureau of Investigation agents. They're feeding information to the journalists. The journalists are regurgitating that information to the populace, and then half the populace believes the most absurd fantasies. And then they obsess over Greene or any other representative. And oh my God. It's like, no. You believe fantasies. And then they say, well, if the government says something, it's true, except when it's a government official loyal to Trump, then it's not true. What Democrats do is they appeal to authority all the time. When the authority changes to somebody with a vantage point similar to Trump's, then no good. So if it's John Ratcliffe, no, Democrats don't listen to him. But if it's James Clapper, yes. Could you imagine if you had a FBI director who was, who actually was like, hopefully the way Twitter is going to be, just calls it the way he sees it and not siding with one political party? Comey obviously sided with a political party. They say, oh, well, you wrote the Comey letter. That was a failed cover-up. He thought that Clinton would win, and he said, hey, I have the goods on everything you did. Oh, we just found classified data right before November. Gee, well, that's bizarre. Comey is the one who, with that letter, tanked everything. She very well could have defeated Trump, but I said Trump was going to defeat Clinton. Nobody believed me. When I was on the left, when I used to be the biggest Bernie Sanders booster on the internet, according to the Huffington Post, and the unofficial scribe of Sanders' most hardcore voters, according to the Washington Post, I had a Twitter account. I don't have Twitter anymore. 3 years ago, ended that. Facebook, no more. I remember the most vile, insidious, gleefully sinister, morally superior liberal Democrats who said, vote blue no matter who. They despised Bernie Sanders supporters worse than Trump supporters. They had utmost utter contempt for Bernie Sanders support. I remember. And all I got was a hit piece on me from publications, hit pieces or whatever, because I was the biggest Bernie Sanders booster on the internet, according to the Huffington Post. And like I said, the unofficial scribe of Sanders' most hardcore voters, according to the Washington Post. I support President Trump now, and hopefully DeSantis, either Trump or DeSantis. And if it was, let's say, Mitt Romney, which it would never be, versus Tulsi Gabbard, I'd vote Tulsi Gabbard. I want to vote for anyone opposed by the Lincoln Project. Then I'll vote for you, for sure. If you're opposed by the Lincoln Project and Bill Kristol and all the people who want a never-ending counterinsurgency wars and conflicts, and who are wrong on literally everything, especially almost every foreign policy decision they've pushed for has been a catastrophic failure of epic and biblical proportions. But anyway, what am I getting at? The people who believe this They believe this because you had, getting back to the tech executive 17 minutes later, they couldn't devise this myth on their own. They needed surveillance of Trump. They needed cyber data. Then Sussman, the attorney paid by the Clinton campaign, then had a relationship, a contract with a tech executive. Then that tech executive had a relationship with technology researchers. And when CNN and Fox News and others, even CNN, is addressing this, it's because the Durham probe is saying, hey, wait a second, why did the tech executive create or find user-created information? Responding to Wednesday hearing, a spokesperson for the tech executive said the latest comments from the prosecutors were baseless and reckless and accused Durham of pushing unfounded political narrative through false innuendo. It's within the researchers. It's within his communication. The tech researchers, the tech executives, are all communicating with one another. Find something on Trump. And they're saying, oh, you know what, this isn't going to pass scrutiny. You know, we just need some kind of inference. We just need a narrative. It doesn't have to be accurate. I mean, it's all there. And so when the Clinton campaign through Sussman outsourced the tech executive in a bizarre contractual Byzantine scenario or situation, the tech executive and tech researchers worked to find a pretext. They didn't need the truth. They just needed something. It would be the equivalent of somebody finding out, 3 digits in your phone number and then just saying, okay, well, we have this person and we have this person's phone number and they were talking to operatives from the Kremlin. And the only thing they had was the first 3 digits of your phone number. And then the other 4 digits are wrong, but you know what? At least they had something. And that's essentially what took place with Trump. They didn't really have anything on Trump, but they had some cyber data, some surveillance, and they just, pieced it all together and gave it to James Baker, the FBI, and then the FBI was more than willing to investigate. And with that, just recently a judge said, no, we're not going to admit Clinton's tweet, but basically because the information is redundant and they're going to, there's obviously more evidence that Durham has. But he's going to get a lot more, like 1,455 pages of data and information that they claim are attorney-client privilege, while the attorney claims he wasn't providing any attorney services. So, anyway, hit subscribe to this channel right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hit subscribe and tell your friends, share this segment, very important segment on the Durham Probe Special Counsel. Durham Probe is going to indict the tech researchers or tech executives. One researcher has been given immunity. One person from Fusion GPS given immunity. A federal FBI special agent is testifying. James Baker is testifying also. Either they're all testifying or some of them are testifying, but the evidence is overwhelming. All Michael Sussman, anyone, Danchenko, all they have to do is simply say, okay, you know what? We have government officials who were working to undermine Trump. And then they could get immunity from the Durham probe. It's simple. Not that big of a deal. Hit subscribe to this channel right now.
I got them $1.9 trillion relief so far. But pay your fair share. It hasn't. Not at all. I wrote the bill on the environment. But don't let up now. Pay them more. It grows the economy.
You guys are being robbed of your wealth. Inflation is theft. You guys are being screwed by the government as it's deliberately crashing the economy and creating food shortages. Good luck, you little slaves.
Is what he would have said if he was being honest, and I think there's a reason they always called him Creepy Joe. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. This is Luke Rudowski here of WeAreChange.org. And financially, we are dealing with some very serious consequences and situations, as it seems as the situation in the White House is getting more turbulent, more insane, and more nonsensical by the day. This as they're promising something that, of course, most likely will happen. And while a major military campaign continues in Ukraine, the economy crashes, the White House has their priorities set here domestically, as they're literally trying to create a ministry of truth. Yeah. Things don't look good for everyone involved here. And at the beginning of this video, I was kind of debating about playing the clip that I just played for you, or this clip that also just came out and is extremely telling of the current situation inside of the White House.
That will enhance our underlying effort to accommodate the Russian oligarchs and make sure we take their ill-begotten gains. We're going to accommodate them. We're going to seize their yachts, their luxury homes, and other ill-begotten gains of Putin's kleptocracy. And the guys who are the kleptocracies. But these are bad guys.
Yeah, nothing to see there or worry about, as of course this was the man that the corporate media, along with big tech social media, colluded with, protected, promoted, and of course censored and downranked any form of criticism against. But that soon might change, especially with the recent acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk. By the way, so much news, we're just going to straight up just jump right into it, as it definitely looks like Elon Musk has won himself a lot of enemies in the government, especially in the corporate media press that does the PR bidding of the ruling class, as there have been attack pieces after attack pieces, made up rumors, speculations, anonymous sources, and a larger PR campaign that is being waged against him. And I think it's important to be asking ourselves why this is happening when, of course, other billionaires and other governments control online media platforms. There usually isn't any kind of problems with it or outrage associated with it, but now there is, and that's most likely because Elon Musk is promising to bring back free speech. And thinking about this entire scenario, I of course always am skeptical, especially of really rich billionaires, but I think it's fair to say that there has been an overwhelming amount of circumstances that have led me to think that Elon Musk is actually trying to do something with what he believes is a net positive and a good thing for society, trying to promote the ideas of free speech. And as long as those ideas are being promoted, they are a lot more bulletproof, solid than, of course, human beings and individuals. And a random Twitter user made a very good point surrounding this entire situation, saying specifically that if Elon Musk had bad intentions, he would have simply used the billions of dollars he had, and he would have bought Congress and the media for a fraction of that price. And we have to understand that this is what other billionaires routinely do. Bill Gates literally throws hundreds of millions of dollars to the corporate media in order to get favorable press from them. It works. They love promoting his fake meat, which gave him the very voluptuous body that he has right now. By the way, if you get a chance, check out our website, BillGatesMeat.com. Yes, that is our website. We created BillGatesMeat.com. The link is down in the description below for more information and context surrounding this issue. And I think this random Twitter user made a very good point. And with Elon Musk, I think we should always be skeptical, especially with his Neuralink plan, especially with his Starlink plan, especially with his connections with the Chinese government. Always be critical of that, but judge him by his effect on society and the larger ideas he puts out there to the general public. And by and large, those ideas are good ideas. Ideas that humanity has been striving for, that humanity needs, and could potentially progress us towards the betterment and improvement of civilizations rather than the destruction of them. And so far, Elon Musk's tweets and statements surrounding what he plans on doing with Twitter are not just notable, but extremely reassuring. He has told even his harshest critics that he hopes that they remain on the platform, that he wants speech to be free. And we of course covered all of those updates. The latest ones that I think we should clue you in on is that Elon Musk is also talking about how private messaging systems on Twitter should have end-to-end encryption so no one could read the messages, just like Signal. Quote, so no one can spy on or hack your messages. And I'm 100% behind that. That's a brilliant idea, great idea, and hopefully this idea gets implemented. Elon Musk also tweeted not so long ago that Truth Social, Donald Trump's social media network, is, quote, a terrible name that only exists because Twitter censored free speech, and I do agree with him on both of those points. Ben Shapiro even tweeted at Elon Musk, reiterating some of his previous statements about how left-wing and right-wing accounts won't be happy, how he wants the platform to be politically neutral, and Elon Musk responded to that, saying, quote, attacks are coming thick and fast, primarily from the left, which is no surprise. However, I should be clear that the right will probably be a little unhappy too. My goal is to maximize area under the curve of total human happiness, which means the 80% of people in the middle. Now, I personally take issue with this trying to maximize happiness for human beings, which I believe is a misnomer. Stop trying to make people happy, just allow people to be people. But the bigger point here is having a politically neutral platform is something that I think would be an extremely net benefit and a net positive, since of course most big tech social media is controlled by the neolibs and corporate globalist World Economic Forum types. And this is why there has been such an over-resounding response of support by the general public for Elon Musk and his purchase of Twitter, because of that promise of actually being fair, of actually allowing all voices to be heard. This to the point where the governor of Texas has asked Elon Musk to move Twitter to Texas, even highlighting an offer from a Texas man that wants to give Elon Musk 100 acres of free land in order to move Twitter's headquarters, saying that he will declare the area, quote, a free speech zone. As of course, there's a lot of people suggesting that Elon Musk move Twitter headquarters from, of course, San Francisco, where the worker base is known as blue armpit-haired, flip-flop wearing, Starbucks drinking limousine liberals, to, of course, Texas, where they're known as truck-driving redneck Bible thumpers. And logically, the move does make sense, especially from a perspective of drastically changing the company and its vision, as, of course, there are a lot of reports of Twitter employees absolutely losing their ish, crying and having emotional meltdowns with the latest news of Elon Musk's acquisition of their company. Now, this acquisition is going to take a long time, about 6 months, but I think it's fair to say that a lot of people are going to be fired at Twitter. The platform is going to change, and that's going to be a threat against those individuals who need censorship, who need to stop people talking from each other in order to shove down their ideas down the general public's throat. Those individuals, usually members of government, this as we're finding out that the Biden administration is creating a new disinformation governance board, a part of the Department of Homeland Security, which is going to be dedicated to, quote, countering misinformation. Who are they launching to lead this special department board? Well, looks like an absolutely unhinged Democratic activist who admittedly believes that free speech should be censored and limited. She is on record saying that she is definitely no friend to free speech absolutism, and she played a major role in the cover-up of the Hunter Biden laptop story, which
Disinformation. Very interesting. I wondered.
She said was a, quote, Trump campaign product, underplaying it, when in reality the truth of that whole entire situation has come out to the point where even major media organizations like the Washington Post are admitting that the story was true, not according to this lady, and now this person is going to be in charge of policing American speech. Yet another reason why I'm very happy I started LukeUncensored.com, where of course I have my own website. I could say and do whatever I want, and you could join us on this platform for less than 50 cents a day and get exclusive content, exclusive merchandise. We just launched our Free as a Bird members only shirt, which you could get at cost of making the shirt, which is only available to members of LukeUncensored.com. We have a lot of these t-shirts. We have some t-shirts that are available to the general public, just like the one that I'm wearing right now, showing a very voluptuous Bill Gates with the tagline saying, brought to you by Fake Meat. All the shirts are available on thebestpoliticalshirts.com, but the exclusive ones you could only see and get by being a part of our special members area, where you also will get access to future events that are only going to be available for members. We already had a few of these events. We're going to be having a lot more, as of course we also provide content there almost every single day. A lot of important videos, a lot of important context that of course we cannot share here on this broadcast. In today's video, we are going to be sharing some crazy news of celebrities and their demonic rituals. Yeah, lots of crazy stuff to discuss here. That discussion and celebrity demonic rituals will be talked about later on today on LukeUncensored.com. I hope to see you there for that very important, interesting, eye-opening conversation that only happens on our own platform, Quasi Secret Society, LukeUncensored.com. Click the link down in the description below to find out more. Now, I think looking at the Biden administration, one thing kind of comes to mind, and that is an absolute abject failure and PR disaster nightmare. As of course, the Biden administration is literally releasing statements today talking about how children don't belong to parents in the classroom. This as Kamala Harris is running around sharing her own gaffes and absolute low emotional intelligence behavior that is absolutely cringeworthy. The two were joined by the uncomfortable moments that they create, but they're separated by alleged hatred and anger for themselves, as we're getting reports that Joe Biden has snapped at Kamala Harris so harshly that even Republican senators were taken aback, as the two are allegedly publicly fighting very viciously against each other. This as, of course, the Biden White House faces a lot of major problems that they helped to create and foment, as now the latest talking point by the Biden administration is that the U.S. economy is failing because of, quote, technical factors. Yes, those are the latest talking points from this administration that originally told you that there was no inflation, then that it was good for you, then that it was because of corporate greed and never again truly existed. Now it's a technical fact that your savings are literally being liquidated right in front of you. The value of the dollar going down dramatically as your savings are literally being wasted away by reckless policies from this administration that literally prints money out of thin air. As of course, they keep promoting insane, crazy ideas that they wholeheartedly want passed, just like an entire student loan forgiveness program, which would raise taxes, according to some estimates, $13,000, and of course, create more record inflation, as it already is skyrocketing as of right now, something that we've been warning you for years to come. It is here now, and it's only going to get worse and compounded by a lot of other issues that are definitely worth talking about, like the disruption of the food supply chain, which according to the White House is nothing to worry about. These are the latest statements from Jen Psaki.
We are not expecting a food shortage here at home, but we are acting to bolster food security around the globe, both unilaterally and in conjunction with allies and partners.
Yeah. We don't expect food shortages, but we're preparing for food shortages. Essentially what she just said here, which is absolutely bewildering. And I have to be cynical here and say, whenever the government tells you not to worry about something, that means you should worry about that specific something. This, as the Biden administration today is requesting even more money and emergency assistance to Ukraine. This, as the Biden administration is touting how they destroyed the ruble, which of course.
So there's a lot of events going on socially and economically then. Okay. So in that case, what further events are occurring from there then?
was negatively affected for a short period of time, but right now looks like it is rebounding and potentially even doing better before the conflict. This, as we've been warning you, that this conflict is getting into a very dangerous phase and could potentially last us for a few years now, as of course there's even Russian state television talking about how, quote, we all die someday, when talking about the prospects of a nuclear war between the United States, NATO, and of course the Russian Empire. And when you're thinking about it that way, yeah, again, we also have to understand with the significant military loss of equipment by the Russians and the West not giving Vladimir Putin a way out of this situation, or a situation that will help him save face, we have to understand here that when it comes to options, the Russians are looking like they're talking themselves into the use of nuclear weapons, which of course have changed dramatically since, of course, the last time they were used on civilian populations in Japan. There's new, smaller, quote, tactical nuclear weapons, and ever so, the Russian state, along with the Russian media, has becoming more hyperbolic and more aggressive with their statements touting the possible use of tactical nuclear weapons. This is even being done by the Russian president himself, Vladimir Putin, who of course has insulated himself politically and has a lot of people domestically who are afraid to challenge him. The situation in Europe is getting more unhinged, more crazy, and I know a lot of people are talking about an obliteration because of the use of advanced weaponry, but we also have to understand that we're also facing a financial reckoning and obliteration that is going to have an extremely negative effect on the American public. And not just us, the public of the world especially. Expect food shortages, expect more money to be printed, expect the value of your dollar to go down, expect the US petrodollar to be questioned, as even Israel is adding Chinese yuan to its reserve currency. We're dealing with a very crazy situation where I would even speculate that the economic consequences of irresponsible fiscal policies are a lot more dangerous than even the possibility of a larger war with Russia and the United States. That just might be my perspective. That is of course, my opinion. It might be hyperbolic, but if you think I'm wrong, let me know why down in the comment section below. But I truly do believe the situation that we're dealing with right now is very serious. I've been trying to warn people for a number of years now. I've been telling people to prepare. If you have prepared, probably are dealing with a lot of these situations a lot easier than the people who haven't. I talk about a lot of these tricks and tips specifically on LukeUncensored.com. And no matter what type of situation that you're in, the consequences of irresponsible fiscal policy is something that all of us will be affected by. There's no doubt about it. It's already happening. It's here. It's real. And I think it's only going to get worse. I wish it didn't. That's just my perspective. And if you thought it was helpful, if you thought I helped you see the situation for what it is, share this video with your friends and family members, as of course this is one of the few ways that these videos still get out there to the general public. And they wouldn't be if it wasn't for you being a part of this independent media broadcast. I wouldn't be here for you. I did a specific video about the larger economic financial consequences that give you more perspective on this very complex issue here, which you could watch right now. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. And this is why I love you guys. Stay tuned for a lot more here on wearechange.org.
Now on to military arms.
On the 22nd April 2022, the defense minister of the Netherlands announced that talks with Germany are in the concluding stages about sending the Panzerhaubitze 2000 to Ukraine. According to Bloomberg, training and ammunition will be provided by Germany. In this video we look at the Panzerhaubitze 2000, its capabilities in general, but also its usefulness for Ukraine, and also why Germany did not send any of their Panzerhaubitzen to Ukraine. Be aware the script was finished on the 26th April 2022. Likely there have been some updates on the news situation, but the parts about the capability should be still valid. Two important points. First, there are unconfirmed reports that Italy might send Panzerhaubitzen 2000. So likely there might be discussions, but nothing has been decided yet. This is particularly interesting since Italy has the second largest number of this weapon system. Second, Germany seems to have decided to send the Gepard self-propelled anti-aircraft gun to Ukraine. Something Chris from Military Aviation History covers in this video. Note that these Gepards were in storage. First off, let us look at the information we have about the Dutch Panzerhaubitze 2000. According to Dutch news articles, the Dutch forces have a total of 54 Panzerhaubitzen, although another source states a total of 56. The original number bought was 57, according to several sources. So how many will be given to Ukraine? So far I have not seen a confirmed number, but generally it was given with about 4 to 8 vehicles. This of course raises the question, why so few? The answer is simple, because there are not more available. According to a press briefing by German General Rohrschneider from 22nd April 2022. So far, no country has provided weapon systems that were used by the respective armed forces. The reasons for this are simple. It would reduce the operational readiness of these armed forces. And the current operational readiness of various European armies isn't particularly high. This is supported by another source that notes that the Dutch forces have 18 Panzerhaubitze in active service and 38 in storage.
Okay, so everybody's
General Rohrschneider announced at the same time that the Bundeswehr was also ready to assist in training on the self-propelled guns of the German type Panzerhaubitze 2000, which are expected to be provided by the Netherlands for Ukraine. The training would then take place at the Bundeswehr Artillery School in Idar-Oberstein, simply because the Netherlands no longer has training capacity for these artillery weapons and also trains its own soldiers there on howitzers. This directly leads to the next question: why did the Germans did not send any Panzerhaubitzen 2000? There is of course the reluctance of the German Chancellor to provide heavy weapons to Ukraine, for which he is also heavily criticized in Germany. Yet in this particular case, it seems that the necessities of the armed forces are actually a primary concern. The German journalist Thomas Wiegold notes, Germany itself, however, will not be able to surrender any of its self-propelled howitzers. General Rohrschneider said, the Bundeswehr has too little artillery in its inventory for that. The number of Panzerhaubitzen 2000 in German service is likely 108. One source notes 121, but this number includes training vehicles as well. Likely also included in this number are the 2 Panzerhaubitzen of the MH in Dresden and 1 at the Panzermuseum Munster. Yet none of these sources mentions anything about Panzerhaubitzen in storage, in contrast to the Dutch forces. Additionally, currently the German armed forces are part of the NATO response force as well. This supports the statements that Germany can't spare any of these weapons. There is also an article from 9th April 2022 that alleges that the Ukrainian government made an offer for buying 100 Panzerhaubitzen directly from the Bundeswehr. Considering that the production time is to be considered at least 30 months, this would reduce the capabilities of the Bundeswehr fundamentally. Be aware that the United States agreed to deliver 90 howitzers, but those are towed M777s, not self-propelled M109s, that are currently used by US troops. Currently, the Panzerhaubitze is operated by Germany, the Netherlands, Croatia, Lithuania, Italy, Greece and Qatar. Maybe also in Hungary. Germany already trained Hungarian instructors, but the 24 guns should have been delivered in February 2022, yet I have not found a confirmation here. If not, this could mean that these 24 guns might be rerouted to Ukraine in the future, similarly to what the French did with its self-propelled artillery intended for Morocco, although less likely since Hungary is located in Europe. But be aware that I have not seen or heard this mentioned anywhere, which is also rather odd. Let us take a short look at the Panzerhaubitze 2000. It is one of the most modern self-propelled artillery guns. It first entered service in the German armed forces in 1998. In terms of basic capabilities, it is an impressive system. It is equipped with a 155mm L52 howitzer and carries 60 rounds of ammunition. The top speed on the road is 62 km per hour and 45 km off-road, with a range of about 420 km on the road. It is powered by a 1000 horsepower engine. With its 55.8 metric tons of combat weight, this means a horsepower to weight ratio of 17.9, which is less than the Russian 2S-19 Mastar with 20 and the US M109 with 18.7, yet still far from a sitting duck. The official homepage of the Bundeswehr notes, with the standard ammunition introduced, the howitzer can reach firing distances of 30 kilometers. With range-enhanced ammunition, even 40 kilometers are possible. The gun crew can fire up to 6 shells in such a way that they hit the target at the same time. Regularly, the self-propelled howitzer 2000 is operated by a crew of 5, but with automated ammunition flow, operation is possible with as few as 3 soldiers. Interestingly enough, a video by the Bundeswehr on their main channel from April 2022 states 5, not 6 shots that can hit the same target at the same time. Other sources also note 5 shots as well. The technical term for this capability is called multiple round simultaneous impact. Be aware that the Panzerhaubitze is not the only self-propelled artillery that is capable of this. There are other guns as well. Among them, according to one source, is the South Korean K9, which can do 3 rounds, and the Russian 2S19M2 Mazda SM can do 4 rounds. Generally, it seems that the Panzerhaubitze is on the top end here. In case you wonder how it is done, according to the Bundeswehr video, the firing arc is adapted for each shot, so that the travel time is extended or reduced. Be aware that the trajectory is not the only aspect that is different, the propellant charge is also varied. The result is that the enemy gets basically no warning before the first impact. The general concept in artillery for this is called time on target. Get back to the Panzerhaubitze 2000. About the maximum firing range? On the homepage of the company Krauss Maffei Wegmann, it is noted that the maximum range is below 54 kilometers, yet this likely refers to the latest upgrades in ammunition. Another source also notes 50 km with modern ammunition. This likely refers to the M982 Excalibur shell, which according to Wikipedia is currently used by the Netherlands but not Germany. In terms of protection, the information is limited. The hull and turret consists mostly of welded armor plate thick enough to protect against 14.5mm bullets and 150mm shrapnel from artillery projectiles. The external side armor is fitted with bolts to allow the mounting of add-on armor components, including reactive armor. Other protective elements include smoke dischargers as well as protection against bomb bullets to the roof. Yet one of the key strengths of the Panzerhaubitze is its integration into the complete command system. The onboard MIG-MOS 32 MIG-MOS 2000 ballistic computer with data link to an external fire control center allows the Panzerhaubitze 2000 to engage the enemy from an unprepared firing position with acquired target data and selected type of ammunition in less than a minute. This comes in combination with the base capability of providing a lot of firepower in a short amount of time. The Panzerhaubitze can deliver 3 rounds in less than 10 seconds, 10 rounds in less than 1 minute, 20 rounds in less than 2 minutes. Moreover, it can fire all its rounds continuously, so a total load-off of 60 rounds can be fired in one continuous fire mission. Its partially automated system also allows to fully restock the ammunition with just 2 soldiers in 12 minutes. In terms of organization, in the Bundeswehr, a battery of Panzerhaubitzen consists of 2 platoons with 4 Panzerhaubitzen each, so 8 guns. Be aware, in a previous organization a platoon consists of 3 Haubitzen. The next part is now about assessing the Panzerhaubitze 2000 for Ukrainian service. Here of particular importance is that Ukraine called specifically for such a weapon system. Ukraine had specifically asked for armored howitzers. Earlier this week the cabinet had already announced that the Netherlands would supply heavier equipment. As such, we need to take a short look at what other artillery will be delivered to Ukraine as well. Of particular interest here are the modern M777 howitzers sent by the United States and the former Soviet 2S1 Godwitzer self-propelled artillery. The latter is already in service in the Ukrainian forces, but additional vehicles are sent by the Czech Republic. One of the main strengths of the Panzerhaubitze 2000 is its integration of the fire control system with an artillery control system. Thanks to its onboard MIG-MOS ballistic fire control system and muzzle velocity management system, as well as the positioning system, the Panzerhaubitze 2000 is capable of preparing firing missions while already on its way to a new firing position. It does so by receiving target data from higher echelons via data link transmission. Yet according to General Warschneider, this requires the weapon system is integrated into the command and control network. He notes that there is a NATO standard, yet that not even all NATO countries fulfill that standard currently. Although he adds that it is possible that Ukraine might have taken actions to fulfill it. Considering that the US forces have provided training for Ukrainian forces for several years now, it is possible that Ukrainian forces have such a system as well. This means if Ukraine has such a system, it could exploit the strength of the Panzerhaubitze. But currently we don't know. The next aspect is about the main weakness of the Panzerhaubitze 2000. It is a huge system. In every way. First, its combat weight of 55.8 metric tons. The US M109 has 27.5 metric tons, although be aware there are many variants. The Russian 2S-19 Mazda has 42 metric tons. Second, it is a highly automated system. It can run with 3 crew members, but 5 is the crew including 2 reserves. Highly automated system means a lot of stuff can break, malfunction, and a lot of maintenance. Third, training, ammunition and spare parts must be provided by Germany or the Netherlands. Fourth, needless to say, it will consume a lot of fuel. This is particularly interesting since the US will provide 90 M777 howitzers to Ukraine.
How
This
many
howitzer, unlike the
official court
Panzerhaubitze, is
channels
not
are there?
self-propelled, but is also extremely lightweight due to the use of titanium. Its weight is a mere 4.2 metric tons. Of course, this is without ammunition and without a towing vehicle. Still, it will be far less resource intensive than a Panzerhaubitze. Also, one main problem with self-propelled guns is, like the Germans already experienced during the Second World War, if there's a major issue with the chassis, the whole system can't be used in combat, since it's down for maintenance. Whereas if the towing vehicle breaks, you just take another one. Of course, the Panzerhaubitze is more mobile than towed artillery. The required time taken to fire the first round after reaching the new firing position is less than 30 seconds.
Oh, fresh
This
hell,
is to
there's
be followed
already
by the
more
firing
than
of 10
1,000.
rounds within 1 minute. After each round, the position of the gun is checked and if necessary automatically adjusted. When the last round has left the gun barrel, it takes only 30 seconds before the Panzerhaubitze 2000 can drive to a new firing position. Yet due to its low weight, the M777 has, according to one source, an emplacement time of about 2 to 3 minutes.
Most of my
and a displacement
subscriptions
time
are
of
going
about
to be
1 to 2
half-court
minutes,
and
with 5
somehow
crewmen.
half
For the
of what I
previous system,
compiled
it took
over
about 10
years.
to 12 minutes. Be aware,
Oh
if I'm
no.
not mistaken, these times assume in both cases the target data is provided by a higher echelon via data link. Of course,
Years.
the Panzerhaubitze is also protected against small arms and artillery fragments. As such, the Panzerhaubitze is generally considered to be very hard to hit with counter-battery fire. This is particularly important if the enemy has artillery superiority. Additionally, it could serve as a mobile counter-battery platform itself. This is of particular importance since the Russian forces have a strong emphasis on artillery. In the US military, the infantry is often referred to as the queen of the battle. But in the artillery-centric Russian army, the artillery is often referred to as the god of war. In keeping with this theme, Russia has put a great emphasis on modernization of artillery pieces to project combat power more effectively. Additionally, its off-road capability generally should also be better since it's a tracked vehicle, although due to its huge weight, it will likely have problems with crossing bridges and various other terrains that should be less problem for the towed M777. The lightweight also makes the M777 far more versatile in operational and strategic mobility, since it can be moved by helicopters as well. Another point is of course training. Here former Warsaw-packed equipment that is also operated by the Ukrainian armed forces is generally preferable, since it can be put to action almost immediately. General Rohrschneider particularly notes that there's a difference between immediate support and delayed support. Vehicles like the T-72 or BMP-1 can be considered as immediate support, whereas equipment that requires training that must be provided outside of Ukraine is not immediate. General Rohrschneider notes that a gunner for the Panzerhaubitze 2000 likely can be trained in several weeks. He continues to explain that training a driver in just driving is rather easy, but the driver also needs to be trained in maintenance and performing minor repairs as well. In that regard, little has changed since the Second World War, where the tank driver also had to fulfill such duties. As such, he concludes that training a platoon of 4 Panzerhaubitzen would take about 4 to 6 weeks. To summarize, the Netherlands will send a handful of Panzerhaubitzen 2000 to Ukraine. The Ukrainian crews will be trained in German. Additionally, Germany will provide ammunition as well. The Netherlands is currently the only operator of the Panzerhaubitze that has some in storage, whereas all other countries have them in active service, at least according to my sources. Similarly, all other weapons provided to Ukraine so far by NATO were not taken from troops but either from storage or, like the French CISA, self-propelled artillery, out of a new production batch, that was redirected, in this case from Morocco to Ukraine. After all, no one wants to degrade the operational rates of the armed forces. This is also the reason why Germany won't send any Panzerblitzen, since they don't have enough themselves. In terms of effectiveness, if the Ukrainians can integrate the Panzerblitzen completely into their command infrastructure and thus fully exploit the capabilities of this weapon system, it will be a devastating weapon, as it allows for devastating artillery strikes on high-value targets, for instance enemy assembly areas, command posts or artillery positions. Particularly its high mobility combined with armor protection would allow it to support both defensive and offensive operations in fast and an effective manner. It would be quite hard to engage in counter-battery fire,
I'm not gonna remember
whereas
all
if
this.
it's provided with proper data, it could provide devastating counter-battery fire itself, and at least the US stated that they will send several artillery radars. Another
I'm
aspect
going to
is
make
that
sure
this is
to
a
have an
modern and heavy
optimized
German
way
weapon
to
system. As such, it's also a symbolic weapon system,
process
and thus
all of
very
this.
likely will be exploited in the information war by both sides. Although it bears more similarity to its World War II predecessor, the Hummel, I suspect that due to the visual similarity to the Elephant tank destroyer in combination with it being far more famous, the Russians might bring comparisons to the Elephant of the Second World War. In overall, due to Panzerhaubitze's capability and also the symbolic value, it might become a high priority target for the Russian armed forces. I hope you learned something new. Thank you to Kampf mit Kette for help with sources. Thank you to Andrew for reviewing the script. Special thanks to all my supporters for making trips to museums and military archives possible. As always, sources are listed in the description. Thank you for watching and see you next time.
People expect quality and class from Mercedes-Benz, and the German company doesn't disappoint. Model after
on to
model, Mercedes
business.
has put out sleek
Okay.
cars that impress with their performance. One of the things Mercedes-Benz has going for it is the engine. It devotes a lot of resources to engine research and development, and its latest breakthrough promises to leave all its competitors in the dust because they didn't see it coming. What is the new engine by Mercedes-Benz? How does it work? And what does it offer? Join us as we dive into Mercedes' all-new motor that shocks the entire car industry. If you think the internal combustion engine is on its last legs, you may be correct. However, Mercedes-Benz thinks it can still perform wonders in the short time remaining. The auto giant is pushing forth with numerous electrified cars, but it is also killing it when it comes to internal combustion engines. Tracing the history of car engines will take us back to Carl Benz, who developed the first stationary gasoline engine, a one-cylinder two-stroke unit that ran for the first time on New Year's Eve of 1879. Benz had so much commercial success with this engine that he was able to devote more time to his dream of creating a lightweight car powered by a gasoline engine, in which the chassis and engine formed a single unit. The major features of the two-seater vehicle, which was completed in 1885, were the compact, high-speed single-cylinder four-stroke engine installed horizontally at the rear, the tubular steel frame, the differential, and the three-wire spoked wheels. The engine output was 0.75 horsepower or 0.55 kilowatts, a far cry from what the company he founded does today. Details included an automatic intake slide, a controlled exhaust valve, high-voltage electrical vibrator ignition with spark plug, and water thermosiphon evaporation cooling. On January 29, 1886, Benz applied for a patent for his vehicle powered by a gas engine. He was awarded patent number 37435. That patent may be regarded as the birth certificate of the automobile. Months later, in July 1886, the newspapers reported on the first public outing of the three-wheeled Benz patent motor car model number 1. A few years later, Benz would patent a double-pivot steering system patented in 1893, thereby solving one of the most urgent problems of the automobile. The first Benz with this steering system was the 3-horsepower or 2.2 kilowatt Victoria in 1893, of which slightly larger numbers with different bodies were built. The world's first production car, with some 1,200 units built, was the Benz Velo the following year, a lightweight and inexpensive compact car. Since the days of its founder, Mercedes-Benz has produced great car engines. For instance, the Compressor 55 AMG supercharged 5.4-litre SOHC 24-valve V8 was a sheer monster. This is the same engine used in the SLR McLaren, which boasted 617 horses under the hood. Mercedes also made the M275 AMG twin-turbocharged 6-litre SOHC 36-valve V12. It's a performance-oriented engine known for its broad application and powers cars from the S65 AMG to the exclusive Maybach. It is one of the most reliable engines under the Mercedes-Benz umbrella and, over the years, has evolved to produce more power than one can imagine without giving away any of the reliability. There is also the 32-compressor supercharged 3.2-litre 18-valve V6. These engines were known for their wide applications. They fitted inside normal sedans with moderate performance capabilities, but could be tuned to do much more. Some AMG models with the 32 compressor were capable of touching speeds up to 155 miles per hour. Then there are the 73 and 70 AMG-only 7.3-litre and 7-litre normally aspirated SOHC 36-valve V12. As the name indicates, these engines were obvious beasts. The 7 and the 7.3 were capable of delivering 496 horses and 525 horses, respectively. With such a rich history of engine development, it's little wonder that Mercedes-Benz has produced the world's most powerful four-cylinder engines. According to the technical details released by the company, the new M139 turbocharged 2-litre inline-4 makes a maximum of 416 horsepower, giving it a specific output of 208.9 horsepower per litre. That makes it the most powerful four-cylinder engine in series production, and its specific output is higher than pretty much every modern supercar. Mercedes has released the engine in two trims, Base and S. The base version makes maximum of 382 horsepower at 6,500 rotations per minute and 354 pound-foot from 4,750 to 5,000 rotations per minute, while the S puts out 416 horsepower at 6,750 rotations per minute and 369 pound-foot from 5,000 to 5,250 rotations per minute. The S generates a bit more boost. It's a whole lot more powerful than the Turbo 4 in the CLA 45, which makes 375 horsepower and 350 pound-foot, and the new engine's 7,200 rotations per minute redline is 500 rotations per minute higher. The engine weighs a claimed 554 pounds when wet. Mercedes changed several things in the new M138 engine compared to its predecessor. For example, while the previous engine was mounted transversely, the new engine breathes opposite. This positions the exhaust manifold and turbocharger at the rear besides the firewall. The intake system is located at the front next to the bumper. With this, Mercedes can design a flatter front section, boosting aerodynamic properties, as well as shorter air ducts with fewer diversions both for the exhaust and the intake. The twin-scroll turbocharger is new and fitted with roller bearings for the first time, reducing mechanical friction so the turbo can spin more easily. Both the turbine housing and the exhaust manifold are divided so the exhaust flow can be separately fed into the turbine. The wastegate is electronically controlled, meaning better responsiveness and more precise control of the intake pressure. Cooling of the turbocharger is done by fresh air, oil, and water. The turbo housing gets air via a ducted engine cover designed like an air deflector. Mercedes swipes the technique from the AMG GT's twin-turbo 4-litre V8. AMG says the M139 has a power delivery akin to a naturally aspirated engine's and a dynamically increasing torque curve. The M139's engine block is made of hill-cast aluminium. This required molten aluminium poured into a water-cooled metallic mold for rapid cooling and solidification. The result is a dense, high-strength structure. AMG says the closed-deck construction is taken from race cars and gives the crankcase an exemplarily rigidity-to-weight ratio and allows for higher peak combustion pressures. The low-friction, high-strength crank assembly consists of a forged steel crankshaft and forged aluminium pistons. The larger sump has baffle plates to reduce the chance of oil starvation in long corners. Like the old engine, the new one uses AMG's nanoslide cylinder coating, which results in a mirror-like finish that gives the cylinder linings minimal friction. The coating was first used on the M156 6.2-litre V8 and is currently used in Mercedes Formula One cars. Mercedes moved the spark plugs and injection nozzles to this cylinder head. This caused the exhaust valves to be enlarged, which lets gases out of the combustion chambers with minimal losses. Dual overhead camshafts control the 16 valves, and the engine has Camtronic variable exhaust valve timing. Like Honda's VTEC, Camtronic uses multiple camshaft profiles, giving the engine full power at high RPM and better response at low RPM in one package. This is the first time AMG will use both port and direct fuel injection for a 4-cylinder engine. The company says it was necessary to achieve the high specific output figure. In the first stage, piezo direct injectors supply fuel to the combustion chambers, and when needed, solenoid port injectors supplement the DI system. There is also a brand new cooling system in the M139 engine. It consists of 2 radiators, one in the wheel arch in addition to the big frontal radiator, as well as an air-to-liquid intercooler. All 3 heat exchangers get their coolant circulated by a variable speed electric pump. The air-cooled ECU is mounted on the housing for the air filter, while the transmission oil is cooled by the engine's coolant circuit and is assisted by a heat exchanger mounted on the transmission.
Now I'm getting more legal
Meanwhile,
content.
the engine's electric water pump operates separately from the engine speed, allowing the engine block to warm up more rapidly by activating late. It also operates on demand and can be switched on or off at lower engine speeds as needed. AMG says the new pump ensures full engine output and optimum heat dissipation across the engine's entire range, and that it also protects against heat damage when idling in hot climates. The M139 engine gets a special treatment like AMG's higher-end engines. It is hand-built at AMG's engine factory in Felterbach, Germany, under the one-man, one-engine program. Mercedes built a new production line for the engine, and every technician gets followed by a driverless transport system that has its own power supply and takes the engines and cordless tools from one station to the next. Every engine gets a plaque with the signature of the technician that built it. Let's hear what you think of Mercedes-Benz new M139 4-cylinder engine in the comments section below.
Today, news broke that the U.S. economy shrank by 1.4%, a retraction. Now, Joe Biden and the Democrats have been talking about this major economic boom. You know what they're doing?
The Bidens thought the laptop issue was a closed case.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing fungi, or mushrooms. And the question we're going to try to answer, or attempt to answer, is really simple. Do fungi or mushrooms communicate with each other using a relatively similar concept to how we communicate right now? Using their own syntax, using their own words, but using a slightly different system involving electrical signals. And so in this particular video, we're going to take a look at this relatively recent study about this topic and discuss what the experiments in the study have recently discovered, along with our previous understanding about fungi communication. Although before we start, I also wanted to mention that there are several other videos on this topic of animal communication and plant communication, where we've previously tackled other species as well that have been discovered to have a certain type of communication, including different types of fish, including various types of smaller animals, and even a strange species known as a slime moth that we've discussed in one of the previous videos, with many of these videos available in the description below. But today we're going to be talking about mushrooms, with a lot of these discoveries being relatively recent, and specifically several studies from the last few years definitively established that mushrooms are able to produce electrical signals, with many of these signals being really complex and many of them resembling signals we sometimes detect in other animals. For example, the electrical signals generated by neurons are not very different from what we see in mushrooms. And so because of this detection of nerve-like activity in various fungal networks, for some of the modern scientists studying mushrooms, it sort of became a new passion, trying to figure out if mushrooms are indeed complex enough to produce various signals that can be used in communication. And a lot of the previous research in the last few years established that most of the electrical communication in various mushrooms usually occurs by conducting various electrical impulses through the very long underground filaments known as hyphae. Here's one from the very famous mushroom known as penicillium, with a lot of hyphae eventually forming something that looks like this. This doesn't actually look that different from a typical neuron, although some of them do look different and simply represent these stalk-like long formations that usually grow in various directions looking for food, with many hyphae essentially being these really complex cells that slowly grow in different directions. And so, for example, when the hypha of a wood-eating mushroom starts to approach some kind of a wooden structure, the firing rates inside the hypha of these mushrooms will dramatically increase in complexity and, of course, in frequency. And so because of this, it's previously been suggested that maybe these signals are used to communicate to other mushrooms, or possibly even the same network of mushrooms, where the potential food sources are. But it's also been suggested that maybe these signals mean nothing, and maybe the mushrooms are not actually communicating anything to anyone. Maybe these signals, for the most part, are just a natural process that happens inside the cells. Even though a lot of studies have previously suggested that a lot of these signals do not appear to be random. And as these hypha grow in size and as they become more complex, they generally produce an even larger structure known as mycelium, with many different types of mycelium usually present on food that's rotten or spoiled, or even a piece of bread that became too old. And so some of the studies previously discovered that as mycelium grows in size and as hypha increase in numbers inside the mycelium, the electrical signals grow in complexity and in size as well. And even more intriguingly, by changing the electric field in a typical environment, the scientists have even been able to direct the growth of mycelium and hypha and sort of encouraging the growth of the mushroom in a certain direction. I guess you could see this as a type of a primitive communication with another species. Although these studies, these previous discoveries, would not really constitute any type of a complex communication. Right now what I'm describing is basically a kind of a stimulus interaction. An extremely simple way of guiding something by using electrical stimuli. That's not really communicating. But can mushrooms create more complex communication? Can they actually create, for example, words or sentences? Well, that's pretty much what this study was trying to discover, or trying to figure out. And in this case was discovered by using tiny microelectrodes inserted into various areas colonized by various fungi, with the main purpose being looking for electrical activity across 4 types of fungi: Cordyceps militaris, Schizophilum commune, Flammulina velutipes, also known as the velvet shank, and Amphalotorus nidiformis, also known as ghost fungus, with all 4 mushrooms exhibiting different types of electrical activity, suggesting slightly different types of communication, or in some sense, different types of language. But I think the most intriguing part of the study came from the analysis of all of these different spikes detected from the mushrooms, with each type of a mushroom producing different types of spikes and different types of electrical signals. Some would last for up to 21 hours, with the shortest one being just over 1 hour, with the actual amplitude in terms of voltage being anywhere from 0.03 millivolts up to 2.1 millivolts. But what's really interesting about all of this was that a lot of these spikes were sort of clustered, as in they were produced in chunks. They were produced almost like in what the scientists refer to as words, with different mushrooms producing different types of words, and at least one of these mushrooms, this one right here known as Schizophilum commune, producing 50 different associations of spikes or groups of spikes, or basically 50 different words that were observed and documented by the scientists. And just for fun, the scientists in this paper has also compared these spikes or these words to an average word length in a typical human language, in the process discovering that for many of these mushrooms, the average word length was extremely similar to a word length in English, approximately 5.97. For English it's about 4.8. And though it doesn't really mean that these are words or this is actually anything similar to human language, the discovery by itself could provide a lot of new opportunities for other scientists to maybe see what's actually happening here after all. In other words, nobody is really suggesting that mushrooms are really talking to each other using a similar type of communication or similar words to how we talk. But the actual connection and the actual signs that we're detecting here are extremely intriguing. And just the fact that there are so many similarities in information processing between different species already sort of implies we need to study this more. And especially because this is somewhat similar to the electrical communication inside a typical neuron of a more complex animal. But I guess one main question being, of course, what exactly are they talking about and what is this language? And one possible answer right now is that, well, either nothing or something extremely simple. Something in regards to potentially hazards or different types of food, or maybe giving each other warnings about various toxic environments. In other words, nobody really knows. At the same time, it's definitely not nearly as complex as anything we have in, for example, mammals, and it's extremely slow. A single signal here takes a few hours, so that means that by the time the single word of a fungal language is finished, the more complex electrical simulations inside a typical human brain would have produced trillions and trillions and trillions of signals, completely dwarfing any type of communication happening in a mushroom. Nevertheless, the discovery, along with previous discoveries in the last few years, are actually extremely interesting. Mostly because one day we could maybe find a way to either communicate with these mushrooms and help them grow in the way we want them to grow, or potentially find even more efficient ways to grow various mushrooms for human consumption or to improve our health. For example, what if we could find a way to communicate with penicillium directly in order to help us produce even more penicillin even faster? That will be something on a completely new level in terms of our ability to communicate with life around us. But for now, I guess baby steps. Cool discovery, still not certain what is actually discovered here, but something that could be investigated in some of the future studies in order to learn what mushrooms are really talking about. On that note, check out the relevant links and the paper in the description below, and all of the previous videos about other types of animals communicating in unusual ways in the description as well. Thank you for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and maybe come back tomorrow to learn something else. Maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
How's it going, guys? I'm here inside of Ventoy right now because I'm going to be installing Gentoo to hardware, except this time I'm going to be doing a really traditional Gentoo install. So I'm not going to install it from inside of Linux Mint or anything like that. I'm going to use the AMD 64 minimal install disk that comes with Gentoo. And this part you guys don't have to do, but I'm going to try to make this look a little bit bigger and nicer. So go in the shell and then I'll do video info to get my resolutions. And it looks like I can do 1920 by 1080. So set GFX mode equals 1920 by 1080. Terminal output GFX term. Okay, so that made it a whole lot bigger, and normal to go back, and this is kind of lagging a bit. Hopefully this lag doesn't carry over into the actual install medium. So video should look better, and now I'm gonna get a bunch of penguins. Look at all those penguins! So in case you didn't know, basically each of those tuxes that appears at the top of your screen represents one of your CPU threads. So if you're on an 8-thread system, you'll have 8 tuxes. Except I'm using a Threadripper with 64 threads, so even now it's not displaying all of them, but this is the best I can do. And we'll try to keep them alive for a little while. Okay, so first thing to do once you're inside your install medium is to make sure that your internet's working. So we will ping GNU.org, and look at that. I'm able to receive responses, so internet is working. And it's also a good idea, especially if you've got multiple disks, to do an LSBLK so that you can figure out which disk is which. So in my case, I'm going to be installing to SDA, this 3.6 terabyte disk that doesn't have any partitions on it yet. Make sure you pick the right one, otherwise you're going to end up deleting some data. So I'll use fdisk, just like the handbook recommends. And I'm going to label it as GPT with G, and N to start creating a new partition. So you can just hit enter for the default number 1, enter for the first sector. Last sector, we're going to put at 256 megs. So this has created a new partition of type Linux file system, but this first one is going to be our EFI partition. I should probably also mention that you're going to do EFI if you're using UEFI, otherwise you're going to be doing MBR if you're using legacy boot. Just follow the Gentoo handbook if you're using MBR or if you're not sure which one you have to figure out which one you have. All right, so, got to change this type to EFI. I'm pretty sure that it is 1, or I'll do T, and then I'll do 1. Yeah, so it changed it from Linux file system to EFI. Next, I'm going to make the swap partition. So again, we'll do N, and default is going to be 2. And we can use the default first sector. It'll automatically pick the right one for us. Now, the last sector, the size of our swap partition, this is going to vary from person to person. In fact, swap actually isn't even necessary. But the old school rule of thumb was to set the swap size to double whatever your RAM size is. But I've got 128 gigs of RAM, so that seems like it might be overkill. I'll just go ahead and set it to plus 8G to make it 8 gigs in size. And then we have to do the type, 2 and list, because I'm not sure which one the Linux swap is. Okay, it looks like it's number 19. Yep. Okay, so I'll do 18.
Why you so stupid?
Oh, wait, no, I meant to do 19. That's fine, we can fix it. Partition number 2 and 19. Okay, so now it is set to Linux swap. And finally, the root partition, easiest one. So we'll do N for the new partition. It's going to be 3. We'll use this first sector, and then we'll use this default last sector. So this is going to make the rest of the disk be root. And Linux file system is the type that we want. So that is...
It never follows.
And then we're going to do W to write those changes. Well, you can also do P. You should probably actually do that before W, before you write it, to just look over everything and make sure it's correct. So you can see I've got the right size, right file system types. So yeah, we'll do W to change it. Now we're going to be formatting the disk. So this is another area where you can deviate and use different file systems like XFS or BTRFS. But I'm going to keep it simple and use ext4 for the root partition and FAT32 for the EFI partition, just like in the handbook. mkfs.vfatf32 dev SDA1 and mkfs.ext4 dev SDA3. And if you're using swap, make sure you do mk swap dev SDA2 and then swap on dev SDA2. Next, we're going to mount our root partition on MNT Gentoo. So mount dev SDA3 MNT Gentoo. Then we're going to cd to MNT Gentoo. And now we can choose our stage 3 tarball. Well, actually first, we should make sure that the date is correct. So type date and make sure that this isn't way off or anything like that. I know that mine is correct, but if yours is off, you're gonna have to set the correct date and time. Again, you can just follow the handbook to do that. So now we're going to download the stage 3. You could do wget, and that's probably what you would do if you're going to script your Gentoo install. But since I'm doing this manually, I'm going to download it with links, which is going to kill my Penguin. So RIP, guys. So I'll do links, https www.gentoo.org, downloads, mirrors. Bye-bye, penguins. Okay, so we're gonna go to downloads, and we're going to do this one here, stage 3 minimal, save, and just wait a couple seconds for that to download. All right, and then we can hit Q to get out of links and yes to exit. So now if I do an LS, actually I'll clear the screen now since the penguins are dead. If I do an LS, you can see that I've got this stage 3 AMD 64 blah blah blah, and now we're going to unpack it. But we have to do this with a very specific command. So tar xpvf stage 3 xattrs include equals colon star dot star numeric owner. And let me double check to make sure that I put that in right. All right, looks good. So you want to make sure that you do this exactly as the handbook says instead of just a regular tar xpvf, because those extra switches the xattrs include in the numeric owner, they're going to preserve the extended attributes and the user IDs and group IDs of all of the files that are in this archive. Basically, if you don't do it that way, then your installation is not going to work. Okay, so now, if I clear my screen and do an LS, this looks a whole lot like a standard Linux root directory, except for this stage 3 archive, which is there, which you could delete if you want. But the reason it looks like this is because this here, these directories you're seeing, is actually Gentoo. Now, the next step that we're going to do is also very important. It is the difference between your Gentoo installation taking minutes or maybe an hour to do versus it taking many hours or days. And that is editing your make.conf before you start installing Gentoo. And I actually recommend just changing into the right directory now to make sure you get it right. So we're going to cd etc portage. Okay, and if I do an ls, you will see here is my make.conf. Okay, so you want to be very careful and not accidentally edit this one that's inside of /etc portage, because this make.conf here, this is for the Gentoo live installation CD. This one is the one for the Gentoo system. If you edit this, it's not going to change anything when you go to install Gentoo. Okay, so now I'm going to VI into make.conf. There's a few changes that I'm going to make here. So first thing I'm going to add to the beginning of common flags is, if I can do it right, -m arc equals native. So this is going to tell Gentoo to compile things for my particular CPU architecture. And then this is the big one. So just below flags, well, it doesn't really matter exactly where you put these. Well, you got to make sure your marc equals native is within your common flags, but like this thing doesn't matter. Make ops equals double quote J, and then you want to, after the J, you want to put the number of CPU threads that you have in your system. So I've got 64. This is really important because it's going to, like when you actually start compiling things, your system is going to use whatever number of CPU threads you specify here. If you don't specify anything, it's just going to use one CPU thread. And that's going to result in very, very slow compilation times. Obviously, 64 is way better than 1. Or say if you have an 8-thread CPU, you can put 8. Another important thing to note about MakeOps is you also got to make sure you have the RAM. So it's recommended that you have 2 gigabytes of RAM for every 1 thread that you're going to dedicate to compiling so that GCC doesn't run out of memory. So in my system, 64 threads, 128 gigs of RAM. That's why I've got it set to J64. And then I'll set the use flags. And I actually don't recommend you guys do this part because I know the last time I did this, I had really crazy use flags and a lot of people are having trouble. But I'm not going to put anything too crazy in here. I'm just disabling Bluetooth, Systemd, KDE, and GNOME because I'm not going to use them. All right, so we've got that all set up. And let me just take one last look at it, make sure everything looks good. All right, so now I will right quit. Okay, so next we're going to choose a couple of good mirrors to download our source code from. That helps speed the process up a bit as well. So the command is going to be mirror select -i-o, and then point it to mnt gen2 etc portage make.conf. And okay, it looks like it's displaying correctly now. So we'll go into no, it looks like it's glitching out on my preview again. Okay, let's try this. For some reason, my capture card does not seem to like these ncurses menus. All right, so University of Waterloo. Come on, why do you keep messing up? Oh, this part might just look a little bit messed up on video because during the live recording it's looking messed up, but I'm going to choose University of Waterloo, and I'm also going to choose some that are in New York because those are just physically closest to me. Where is it?
So in that case,
Rochester University. Okay. Hopefully that's not too bad when I go to edit this. Now we're going to create the directory for our repo. So I'll mkdir.
I'm actually going to see upgrade back from this.
mnt gen2 etc portage repos.conf. Then I'll cp mnt gen2 usr share portage config repos.conf into that same directory, etc portage repos.conf, and then call it gen2.conf. Next, we'll copy DNS info, so cp dereference etc resolve.conf to mnt gen2 etc. And now we'll mount our file system. So mount types proc mnt gen2 proc mount rbind sys mnt gen2 sys. This is why, by the way, I recommend using I actually do recommend using some kind of GUI live CD, because then you could just copy and paste this stuff from the handbook and you don't have to manually type it out like I am. Mount rbind dev mnt gen2 dev mount make rslave mnt gen2 dev mount bind run mnt gen2 run, and then mount make slave mnt gen2 run. Now we can chroot into our system. Chroot mnt gen2 bin bash and then source Etsy profile. And they also recommend in the handbook that you change your bash prompt to say chroot, I guess just to keep you from getting confused, but it's not necessary. As long as you can remember that you're in a chroot environment, you're good to go. Now we're gonna mount the boot partition. So mount dev SDA1 to boot. Then we're gonna do a WebRSync to get the latest snapshots. So emerge WebRSync. Okay, now we're going to select our profile. So eSelect profile list, and it's going to list out all the different profiles that you can select. So again, this is where a lot of people are probably going to branch off and maybe start doing different things, but I'm just going to keep it really simple and just use this default stable profile that it starts with. One thing to keep in mind as a general rule of thumb, the longer the profile name is, generally the longer it takes to install, because it has a whole lot of specific things. Like this one, for example, it's going to emerge GNOME and it's going to emerge systemd when you go to install the system. That's going to take a while. So I'm just going to keep things really basic for this setup. But if you do decide to change your profile to something else, you just have to do eSelect profile set and then enter whichever number in these square brackets here
System
that
profile
corresponds to your
setting.
profile. And now I'm going to update the world set. Anytime you emerge world, by the way, moving forward on a Gen 2 system, it's usually going to take a while, depending on use flags and whatnot. But this is going to go ahead and compile and emerge all of our packages. So I will emerge verbose, update, deep, new use at world. Then I'm gonna go do some cleaning in the other room while this runs. Actually, looks like it's only got 6. Huh. Maybe I'm not gonna have time for that.
Was fährt so spät auf hoher See? Das Kronjuwel der Bassarmee, die Bassmark und sein Kapitän, das weltweit größte Soundsystem. Auf diesem Schiff ist abgepflicht, zu laute Musik gibt es nicht. Hier kommt der Sound, der Kiefer bricht wie ein Wolframklotz in dein Gesicht. Wir haben nicht den besten Ruf, dafür den besten Wodka. Oh, du hältst dich für ein Partytier, hier ist der ganze Partyzoo. Dauersaufen, Druckbetankung, Asi wie ein Fliesentisch. Der Wodka wird zu einem Gemisch, letaler als ein Kugelfisch.
1, 2, Feuer frei, Abus machen ohne Gnade. Wer vor dem Morgen schlapp macht, der fürs Panzerschokolade.
3, 4, hoch das Bier, keine falsche Müdigkeit. Jeder Einzelne an Bord ist Bassmark.
Okay, so that's done, and I don't even think it took 2 whole minutes, but then again, I was using a really, really simple Gen 2 profile. If I picked one of the more complicated ones, or if you did, then you're probably waiting a whole lot longer. So now we're going to set the time zone. I know mine is East Coast, so if yours is also East Coast, you can just do echo America /new_York to Etsy time zone. And then if you're not sure what it is, you could always ls usr share zone info. And like I could do that for America, and then let's see, yeah, New York is right there, but I just had that one memorized. Now we're going to reemerge the time zone data package. So we will emerge config sys libs time zone data. And now we have to do some text editing, but my TISM is too powerful to let me use Nano, so I'm going to emerge Vim. And wait for this to install, but you know what? With 64 threads, I bet you it's gonna be pretty quick.
Hoher See, der Boss auf uns ist jeder Schuss verschenkt, wenn der Schall dein Sonar zersprengt. Der Ton aus den Schiffskanonen kommt von Hamann und Kardon. Das Flakgeschütz gesponsert vom Bus macht aus deinen Matrosen Matrosensoße. Allerdings muss das nicht sein, wir lassen uns auf Freundschaft ein. Kommt zu uns an Bord aufs Deck, wir saufen uns die Rübe weg. Nacht für Nacht, Tag für Tag, bleibt die Bassmark unbesiegt. Egal ob feindliche Gewässer, am Ende feiern alle mit. 1, 2, Feuer frei, Abus machen ohne Gnade. Wer vor dem Morgenstopp macht, der fürs Panzerschokolade. 3, 4, hoch das Bier, keine falsche Müdigkeit. Jeder Einzelne an Bord ist allzeit kampf- und saufbereit. Bassmark.
Okay, that only took about another minute or two. So now I'm going to...
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some of the new discoveries in regards to helium. That other gas that's just as important as hydrogen when it comes to studying cosmology and when it comes to studying the universe. But in this case, we're talking about this relatively recent study that discovers primordial helium here on Earth and calculates how much of it there is inside planet Earth. In the process, proving something really important about the formation of our planet. And so let's discuss this in a little bit more detail, but first let's start with the idea of helium and how it's not really just one single thing. There are different types of helium, or to be more exact, there are different isotopes of helium, 9 to be more specific, and 2 of them are stable. They can exist for as long as the universe can exist. Today they're known as helium-3 and helium-4. Now, the helium that's familiar to all of us, the one used in balloons, for example, or the one that you sometimes hear in the news is becoming more scarce, becoming more expensive, and is slowly escaping into outer space from our planet, is helium-4. That's the most abundant helium type on our planet, and it's also the type of helium that's most used in various industries and a lot of different types of manufacturing. It's also the type of helium that becomes what's known as a superfluid when cooled down to extreme temperatures. In this case, it starts to behave using various quantum properties, with the fluid literally being able to escape any container. And at the same time, it also becomes what's known as a boson. But that's beside the point. The point here is that this helium is different from what's known as helium-3, sometimes known as the primordial helium, because that's the helium that most likely was created during the Big Bang in the beginning of the universe. And unlike helium-4, helium-3 is pretty much a completely different element. First of all, it's the only element known to us that's stable and that has more protons than neutrons. Second of all, it's extremely rare on our planet. The vast majority of helium-3 on our planet came from the Big Bang, came from essentially the beginning of the universe. And it's also extremely rare on our planet. Of all of the helium on our planet, only 0.0001% is helium-3. Everything else is helium-4. And that's mostly because of how these different elements are made on our planet and how they are replenished with time. Apart from the original helium-3 from the beginning of the universe, a very small amount of it is also produced when it comes to mysteries of the universe or it here, with a lot of natural neutrons coming from outer space or from planet Earth, with other small amounts being created during the so-called atomic age when a lot of different atomic bombs were tested in the atmosphere. But the production of helium-4 is different. It's produced by any type of alpha decay, or any kind of a radioactivity where an alpha particle emerges when some kind of a radioactive element decays. And so all kinds of radioactive elements inside our planet produce helium-4, and eventually it makes its way to the surface, although sometimes it stays mixed with a lot of other gases, until someone goes and tries to mine those gases. So most of the helium-4 today is actually a byproduct of natural gas extraction. And as a result of all of this, there's so much more helium-4 compared to helium-3 on our planet if you were to compare it to a typical gas cloud somewhere out there in our galaxy. A typical cosmic cloud or a typical molecular cloud would actually contain much higher concentrations of helium-3 to helium-4 because of the way these two different isotopes are generated. So helium-3 levels in outer space are way higher. But in terms of usability for future technologies, it's really always been about helium-3. And there's a really important reason for this. A lot of theories predicted that by mixing helium-3 with deuterium, and by placing all of this in a typical fusion reactor with very high temperatures on the inside, it might become possible to create a source of extremely efficient and relatively safe energy, fusion energy. And in this case, helium-3 plus deuterium provides the best source. It's actually better than anything else we've ever studied or anything else we have. And in this case, it would produce the highest amount of energy.
Alright, that was a moment, but now I actually got a playlist.
At all, making helium-3 potentially one of the most important gases on the planet, assuming of course fusion technology becomes a reality. Now we're actually going to discuss some of the new discoveries in regards to fusion in one of the future videos, so make sure to subscribe. But there's also another video somewhere right there or in the description that discusses some of the recent achievements. Either way though, fusion is extremely important, and the ideas of fusion, almost all of them, rely on efficiency. And in this case, helium-3 atoms represent the most efficient types of fusion we can ever expect to achieve, but at the same time its rarity represents the major problem with this element. There's very little of helium-3 on our planet, and the majority of the element is actually trapped inside. And every year, very little of it escapes. Approximately 2 kilograms per year usually seeps through various cracks here and there. And so because it's so rare on our planet, it's really only been used in very tiny, minute amounts in various research and nothing else. It's almost impossible to make this practical. But that's of course until the scientists realized that there is a deposit of helium-3 somewhere nearby. A tremendous amount of helium-3 is deposited on the surface of the moon by our sun. And that's because the nuclear reactions inside the sun also create helium-3 as a result. And all this helium-3 at some point makes its way to the surface of the moon and gets deposited in various locations, as you see in this image right here. And so there's actually at least 1,000 times more helium-3 on average on the surface of the moon compared to the surface of planet Earth. And it's still rare, but there's way more of it in certain locations. In terms of the actual numbers, some of the highest concentration of helium-3 on the surface here is approximately 4 parts per billion. That's pretty low. On Earth though, it's even lower. It's about 5 parts per trillion in our atmosphere, making this one of the rarest elements on the planet. But it's still an important element for other reasons, specifically understanding the universe and also understanding the origin of our planet. And so this recent study kind of investigated that. They wanted to figure out how much of helium-3 there is inside a planet, how it's being exchanged, and what all of this means for the origins of our planet in regards to the formation of the solar system. And so by doing a relatively thorough analysis of the structure of our planet, and by trying to figure out how much of helium-3 escapes the planet from the surface, in this study the scientists determined that the majority of helium-3 from the origins of the universe are very likely stuck inside the core of our planet. And through the process of convection and interaction of different layers inside our planet, some of the helium eventually escapes from the core, makes its way to the mantle, and then makes its way to the crust, escaping the planet at some point. With roughly around 2 kilograms, as I mentioned before, escaping every single year. And that's not a lot. But it also means that if we were to combine all of the helium-3 inside the planet into one large chunk, it would be roughly around 1 billion tons in mass, equivalent to about 200 pyramids of Giza in weight. Now all of this is of course based on modeling and mostly different calculations, so it's not actual measurements, but if correct, these measurements suggest only one thing about the origin of our planet. It suggests that Earth had to form inside a very deep region of solar nebula, or inside the thicker part of a molecular cloud where there is usually a lot of helium-3 present. In other words, it could not have formed somewhere on the outskirts or somewhere where there is not a lot of primordial gas. the high amounts of helium-3 present inside the core of our planet, and the large amounts of it escaping from the surface, suggests that the entire solar system and Earth inside the solar system were definitely somewhere in the center of this molecular cloud, with large amounts of helium-3 present inside of it as well. And it was also most likely formed during an extremely active phase of this molecular cloud, where a lot of stars and planets were being formed. So kind of like what we usually see in a very active molecular cloud nearby, such as the ones right here located in the Carina Nebula. And that of course sort of makes sense. But more importantly, it shows us that our planet is one of those typical planets formed in these nebula, so we might find another one somewhere out there. But when it comes to helium-3 and its use for our future technologies, that's of course another question. We're still really far from being able to create a practical fusion reactor, and we're still far from finding a source of helium-3 that can be easily obtained and can be then easily used for the types of fusion we need. But all of these ideas and all of these theories one day could produce some kind of a practical result. And so until we actually hear something else about fusion, or until something else comes out in regards to helium-3, that's all I wanted to mention. Thank you for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and maybe come back tomorrow to learn something else. Maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining a channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Almost near the end. Last watch later video, and then finally I'll be caught up in this end.
Today I've got this nice integral equation that also involves composition of functions that I'd like to solve. So let's look at it. Our goal is to find a function on the real numbers to the real numbers. We'll call that function f.
This stream actually brought a lot. It brought in a lot of quote information that now I'm subscribed to, so now all that information is circulating to me. So in that case, it would mean that, well, inevitably I'm actually going to get some global core information, because I actually got information for that as well. Along with that, got a bunch of live information, so that's actually going to be circulating globally as well. Along with esports, so there's going to be a lot of mainstream along with everything that's smaller as well. There's big alternatives and then big mainstream, etc. So it's not just courses, it actually does have legal information within it too. And that's actually been going through and flowing into my playlist. It's never gonna end up on a watch later, but yeah, hundreds of videos.
F such that the integral from 0 to sine of x of f of t sine t dt is equal to f evaluated at sine x, or composed with sine x, minus the number 1. And our main tool here will be the Fundamental Theorem of Calculus Part 2. And I've written that down here along with its version involving the chain rule.
That being said, I still do have information that I have to review, because otherwise it's gonna be fun, very fun.
So generally there's just an x up here and we have f of x. But if we compose this with a function u, then we get the following result. So the derivative with respect to x of the integral from a, where that's some sort of constant, up to u, where u is a function depending on x, of f of t dt is equal to f composed with that function u and then du dx. Okay, so now let's use this to simplify this from an integral equation to a differential equation. So that means we're going to take the derivative of both sides of this equation just to give us a nice starting point. Okay, so the derivative of the left-hand side of the equation will start by composing sine of x inside of f and sine. So that'll give us f evaluated at sine of x times sine evaluated at sine of x. And then we need the derivative of sine of x, again because of the chain rule. The derivative of sine of x is cosine of x. Okay, now we need to take the derivative of the right-hand side, and this is just using the chain rule without any fundamental theorem of calculus part 2. So that'll give us the derivative of the outside function.
Captions.
So that'll be f prime evaluated at the inside function times the derivative of the inside function. Now looking at this, you might think that your best bet is to start canceling things, like we could cancel the cosine from both sides. But that's indeed not the right strategy here. What we'll do instead is divide by this f of x sine x term, and that'll set up something that can be integrated or reintegrated on both sides of the equation. So let's do that. So like I said, dividing by this will leave us with sine of x times cos x equals f prime evaluated at sine times cosine all over f evaluated at sine x. Now we'll take the antiderivative of both sides with respect to x. So maybe there's like a careful way to do this by rewriting it as a more proper antiderivative involving endpoints and a dummy variable, but we won't do that. We'll just use this to come up with a function which we'll check afterwards. So, like I said, we'll take the antiderivative of both sides of this with respect to x, and both of them will involve some sort of substitution. So let's notice the substitution on the left-hand side is not too bad. If we let u equal sine of x, then that means du is equal to cosine x dx, and that changes this into the integral of sine of u du. Okay, so that's what we've done to the left-hand side of this. Now let's see what we can do to the right-hand side of this. I'll use a different variable for my substitution. So maybe we'll say, let's say v is equal to f evaluated at sine x, or composed with sine x. Now taking the derivative using the chain rule, inside of the chain rule really, we'll have dv is equal to f prime of sine x times cosine of x dx. So let's see, we have v in the denominator, and then in the numerator we have dv. Just like over here, we have this guy right here, which is du, whereas this guy right here is u inside of the sine. That's how we did that. Okay, so that means we can bring this down, and we'll have this is equal to the integral of dv over v. So that's looking good. Now we can take the antiderivative of both sides and then put it back in terms of our original variable. So the antiderivative of sine of u is equal to negative cosine. So that's going to give us negative cosine of u, but let's recall that u is equal to sine of x. Then the antiderivative of 1 over v is the natural log of v, but v is equal to f of sine x. So we've got the natural log of f composed with sine x, and then we need plus a constant here. Okay, so that's a good place to be. Let's bring that maybe to the top and we'll finish it off. So I've rewritten the conclusion of the last board a bit just to put it into terms that are easy to work with. We have the natural log of f composed with sine is equal to a constant, which we will determine, minus cosine evaluated at sine, or cosine composed with sine. Now let's notice that on the left hand and the right hand side of the equation, the only time our variable x exists is with sine and being composed within another function. So while f must satisfy this condition where we have sine on the inside, if instead f satisfies the condition where we replace sine of x with any x, then we also have something that works. I just want to reiterate that this is a stronger condition, but this stronger condition will imply the weaker condition. Okay, so now that we have this kind of new simplified thing that just involves the function f and not f evaluated at sine or f composed with sine, we can start solving for f of x, which was our goal over here. So let's exponentiate both sides, and that'll leave us with f of x is equal to e to the c minus cosine of x. So something that looks like that. Now we need to determine what this c is, and we'll determine what the c is by throwing it back into the original equation. So let's do that. We have our integral from 0 to sine of x of f, but notice that is e to our constant minus cosine evaluated at t times sine t dt is equal to f evaluated at sine. So that's going to look something like e to the c minus cosine evaluated at sine of x minus the number 1. Now, if we take the antiderivative of this left-hand side, which we can do with a similar substitution as we did last time, we'll see that we exactly get e to the c minus cosine t. Then we need to evaluate that from 0 to sine of x. That's because the derivative of this exponent right here is exactly this thing down here, because the derivative of negative sine is cosine. So that's good. But now, if we evaluate this at sine of x, we get e to the c minus cosine of t, or cosine of sine of x. And then if we evaluate this at 0, we get e to the c minus cosine evaluated at 0, but cosine evaluated at 0 is 1. So that's going to be minus e to the c minus 1. But let's recall that we want this to be equal to the thing that's right above it. Notice the first two terms are the same, but the second two terms are, well, at first they do not seem the same, but let's recall that we are able to rewrite that c as anything we want. That's an arbitrary constant so far. So that arrow over there implies that we need e to the c minus 1 to be equal to the number 1. But e to what is equal to 1? Well, that would be 0, meaning that we need c minus 1 to be equal to 0, meaning that we need c to be equal to 1. Okay, so now that means that we can take our f of x equals this and rewrite it with the value of our arbitrary constant, which is not so arbitrary anymore. We have f of x is equal to e to the 1 minus cosine of x. And that's the final function that we found that will satisfy this integral equation. And that's a good place to stop.
I made a video about a gigantic...
Okay, that is all of the watch laters now. Okay. Now I can actually get back to returning to the art and then also getting back into the code and shit. So, alright. Here I go. So what progress that I made since before? What's the record on this? Alright, let's go. So, okay, so this was project before. I actually got oddly fucking tired beforehand. But now that I see it, I could actually see what I was going with. For the Dark Sun here, and nice Metopia reference, I could see that I was actually trying to get very precise there, so this is definitely more like akin to a rough blocky iteration. Same with the boxes here in the field. It's like a, I guess I would say a flat color iteration of the actual result that is wanted. So how would I get there? Well, I could go the route of going extremely in depth, or I could actually just go with noise and blocks, with the sun first and foremost. who will actually go for court as well. But beforehand, jumping back to I was going back into the legal space. Oh my god, it was a whole new wave of information. So, where information become processing through my screen in order to just so as outputs of what is shared. It's gonna take a bit. Either way, this is the information being shared, and not only that, there's live content as well, of which I can just casually show. But I suppose goes back to the activity then. Not only that, there's so much information that I end up pulling down as well. And that's another story. But it's integrated. It's another story that's integrated into this. Anyway. What do I have right now? Okay, so that's what I have right now currently. That's what I have as a current then. Some layers are invisible as a parent. And then what I did before. Okay. So in that case, leave my focus to probably the visible layers then. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is actually initialize the purpose of some colors for shading. It's obviously going to be colored because starting with color block is no. So some focus colors for shading, and then see if I actually make it blend in or if I actually end up stylizing it into another way. Either way, it will have to show itself in light in some way. So probably needs a glow, or it will have to be modeled in a way in which it would show itself as light and dark glows. To myself that this is an iteration, so it doesn't have to be all. retro look what I want to go for? Because this one actually looks more retro more than that. Let's try some blending. Oh. Well then. Guess I'm getting an apparent food break. No, a little bit something for myself. most streamers sit down, but I'm a sit-up streamer. Yeah. But no, standing up sometimes is pretty healthy. Since at least now you're not sitting out all day every day. So allocate some time into standing up. There might actually be a difference. So, I remember the painting style that was actually used with Paint, Windows' original program. I remember drawing style where a person doesn't change their drawing size with their pencil to their pencil, and they use their mouse, and they just continue on drawing until it's complete. They even use color and everything. The color is optional. I haven't seen any animations like that yet. But you surprisingly get a lot of good quality art with this even set to a smaller size. I am back. Let's go back into the iterations. Guess I'm specifically going for a light box today then. Because right now I'm taking quite a bit. But I have to get back into it after all. Although, jumping all the way back to the paint style with the smallest pen setting with the pencil. I forgot what the art style was called, but probably started with a Japanese name, but it was translated to Romanji afterwards. Alright, let's try blending. Alright, I'm back. This is sitting. So I should use that. This actually looks more and more retro. Oh, that was a chunky boy there. That was very chunky. Size canvas instead. And let's have it not be so chunky. Yep, there it is. Ooh, yeah, that actually is gonna look better when I actually change it. Yes, great. Now for darkness within darkness. Oh. Just change the size a bit, and honestly, just looking at this size already, it feels so much better to look at. So just squares don't work anymore. Squares just don't work. Anyway, let's continue. Let's check the box now.
Tonight, I'll be eating a bison.
And if you mean like could have used more time, then that's the most subjective thing of all time. I'm double live. You're streaming my stream? That is insane. How are you doing, Neutral One? I'm doing pretty well, thank you. Just hanging out, you know? Yelling at Yoshi, same old stuff. Fallout 76 is one of those games people will eternally call bad. Same thing happened with No Man's Sky. Nobody calls No Man's Sky bad anymore, though. I feel like it is pretty universally accepted that No Man's Sky had a redemption arc.
Okay, so I know what I'm keeping for sure. Delete this and try again. Okay. Still having some adjustments, but that'll probably be fluid for a bit. Maybe even super fluid. Now to go through the constant blurring process to go for the glow. And these 2 hours, what amounted to all of this is just 15 minutes. But that's what focus on doing. Is things really going that slowly? And now the puzzle is actually starting to come together. Okay. This is literally a 3D puzzle. Every frame shown is bringing puzzleness a bit more. satisfied. I'll consider the light fox satisfied for now. This is just like clay modeling but in 3D. I mean 2D. It's just like clay modeling. Okay. let's move to actually a rather big part, the field. I don't care for it being a flat color right now, so here's what I'm going to do. Actually animate this easily if I wanted to. All I have to do is just copy a shit ton of layers, make sure I don't mesh any of the shit, turn it into Photoshop file, and then probably put it in an animation file that supports Photoshop. Then after that, layer onwards, I can keep same frames, have the canvas, and so on and so forth. I remember I had to draw every blade of grass. It took a long time, but I actually did it, and that was fun. But now I can just copy paste, stretch, transform it, and just add some variations to it, and then I'll be good. It's that quick now. Alright, this is way better now. Nose parcel. I feel a lot better with there actually being something there. It doesn't feel empty anymore. Alright, 1-to-1, let's see. Yeah, it's getting there. It's definitely getting there. I'll stop here then.